Just
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, this is your shot.
Good. All right. And you share those?
Yeah, it's already sharing.
So it's already shared. Okay. So 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Let's aim for succinct clarifying questions. And after that, we'll open up for more general Q&A.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the very short welcome remark. I'm so glad to see you guys in the second day of the conference. So good morning, everyone. I'm Qing Huang. I'm a postdoc at Princeton University now, and I'm so glad to be here to present this paper with you. So this paper is about the resource rent, urbanization, and structural transformation. 1 second, just give us a second. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so big picture motivation is that historically many European countries and developed countries that experience the process of urbanization, which has accompanied by process of industrialization. However, what we have seen today in many developing countries is that they have been experiencing a rapid process of urbanization, however, with very limited development of industrialization and also a very low level of GDP per capita, especially in these sub-Saharan African countries. So the reasons behind this divergence of urbanization without industrialization are not well understood. So there is one influential hypothesis, which is the consumption city hypothesis, which are trying to explain such urbanization without industrialization phenomenon. So this hypothesis argues that countries may have a higher resource rent, which can generate a higher demand for non-tradable goods, which are disproportionately located in the urban sector, and then this can create more job opportunities in services sectors. So this result combined will generate the urbanization, however, without the industrialization process. The current studies test this hypothesis are mainly based on the cross-country evidence, which are, not without challenges, because the cross-country evidence may be hard to address the endogeneity issues of the resource rent measures, which are always related to many economic development indicators. And also the cross-country evidence is also hard to exploit the within-country variations, because this conference is about the structural transformation, and many recent studies have found that there is a large heterogeneity in terms of both urbanization process and structural transformation process within the country. So in this study, we are going to exploit the cross-city within country variations by combining several global data sets. This includes a mining sites data, including over 33,000 mining sites around the world. And we're going to map the population layers data with the high resolution features, plus the IPON subnational population census data and the mineral price over 23 minerals in our sample. So by using this city level covering the whole world data set, we are going to investigate how the city population and also the local industry structure in the city responds to this mineral price shock of nearby mines. So we're going to take out some small mineral types which may generate our endogeneity that mineral production will be endogenously respond to the world price. And also we're going to control a rich set of fixed effects so that we can make a cross-city comparison within the country. So there are several findings in this paper. First, regarding the urbanization process, we find a significant effect of mining booms on the increase of urban population in sub-Saharan African countries or sub-Saharan African cities. However, we find no effect of these mining booms on the increasing urban population in other regions of the world. So this kind of urbanization process is mainly driven by the natural increase in population and also the rural-urban migration, rather than the cross-city reallocation. So this means that if we observe an increasing urban population, we're more likely to observe an increasing urbanization rate at the aggregate level or at the country level. So The second part of the paper will focus on the structural transformation process. We're going to investigate the local industry structure in the same city that we have observed an increase in urban population. So we find that the structural transformation out of agriculture is particularly fast in sub-Saharan Africa cities. And these agricultural labors are primarily reallocated to the low-scale services sectors. We find no effect of mining booms or manufacturing sector employment shares. And we provide some suggestive evidence that the resource rents are possibly spent at local areas, which may suggest that resource rent acts like an income shock, that because we observe an increase of GDP per capita for those cities that experience a faster mineral price spikes. So these two parts of results generate us as a conclusion that whether the consumption cities hypothesis holds. Yes, we find that mining booms can explain a large proportion of both increasing urban population and also the structural transformation process, especially in sub-Saharan Africa cities. However, there's still a large proportion of these two transitions that are unexplained by mining booms. So we provide some evidence that low agricultural productivity plays a large role in explaining the rest of the part. So this, yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Underlying this first channel that you say mining booms, say rural to urban migration, in your framework, is there going to be any role for the role of conflict, especially in sub-Saharan African countries, such that fighting for resources there is evidence that they generate conflicts as a consequence and pushing people out of these conflicting zones?
Yeah, maybe because we are not testing the conflict mechanisms, but maybe the mining booms, where the mining booms happened, maybe there are some conflicts, then people will migrate to urban cities. But what we want to say here is that the resource rent creates a higher income, which generates a higher demand for non-tradable goods. But for now, we do not test that conflict channel. Yeah.
Okay.
So this paper is related to several strands of literature. So maybe the first strand of literature is what our STEG conference are mostly interested in. So this, in recent studies, people are focusing on the urbanization without industrialization phenomena in developing countries, and also the premature deindustrialization in these developing countries, which suggests that the developing countries are experiencing a structural transformation from agriculture to services sectors without reaching the peak of manufacturing employment share. So in this paper, we're going to provide a well-identified evidence that mining booms might play a large role in driving these two transitions. So the second strand of literature is about structural transformation and urbanization. So yesterday we have heard about several papers about the driving force of structural transformation, either in demand side or in supply side. So in this paper, we're going to argue that resource rent may act as a demand side, which is equally important than the supply side or the productivity effect, but are less tested in empirical studies. And we're going to combine several macro data to answering these macro development questions. And the last one is about the papers on natural resource and economic development. So the previous studies are focused on whether the natural resource curves hold in certain countries or in certain periods. So in this paper, we find that resource rent could have very different roles in different parts of the world, even within the same period. So the last strand of literature, we're going to following the literature on global mineral price shock to construct an exogenous measure of resource rent to identify the role of resource rent in driving these two transitions. So I will introduce our data and empirical strategy next, and then the results. So actually, we use several data sets in this paper. First, we use the data on urban agglomerates and the population data. Because we want to focus on the studies at the city level, so we obtain the latitude and longitude of global cities, which is above a consistent population threshold. And then we map these population layers with a high resolution feature to calculate the urban population in the city. And then the second data source is the industry structural data, which we source from the IPOUND population census. We're going to use this population census data to calculate the employment shares in the city. So we retrieve about 260 rounds of population census covering 74 countries in this time period. So actually, we have 3 criteria to select this population census. First, there are at least 2 rounds of population census for this country, so that we can calculate the change. And then we have available georeference information for the subnational administrative units, so that we can map this population census with other georeference data sets. And the third criteria is that the sectoral information is available, so that we can calculate the sectoral employment share. So the third data set is the mining data. So we obtain the location and the characteristics, which is main the primary commodities produced by these mining sites around the world. And we obtain the price series of these 23 minerals in our sample. This yearly price series will be going to use to construct the price change for each mining site. And we define the countries in our sample to 7 country groups by the definition of World Bank to show that different regions may have different responsiveness to this mining price shock. So why we use city as a unit of analysis rather than the country? So as I said before, the country level analysis may be too aggregate, cannot capture the spatial variation within the country in terms of these 2 transitions, and may capture too much unobservable heterogeneities. And also the host country definitions in both urbanization and structural transformation are always not comparable, because different countries, they use different definitions to define urbanization rate. So if you just use the country level urbanization rate, actually the comparison may not be accurate. So we use the city level analysis. Then one concern is that, can city level or urban population in the city be a good proxy for the urbanization rate at the country level? So we actually find that the population residing in these urban agglomerates in the country is a very good predictor of the country level urbanization rate. So with the increase of country level urbanization rate, the number of urban agglomerations above a certain population threshold will also increase, and the ratio of population residing in these urban agglomerations to the total population in this country will also increase. So if you observe an increase in urban population in the city, the aggregate urbanization rate is more likely to increase as well. So I will introduce how we construct this city level database. So first we locate the city center, but the city boundaries may differ a lot in different countries, and the city boundary also varies a lot within the time. So to ensure we make a consistent comparison, we just draw a similar city buffer zone around this city center. And then we calculate the population in this city buffer zone. So in this way, we are going to compare the city population changes in the intensive margin, which is the population growth in the city, rather than the expansion or the formation of new cities, which is on the extensive margin. Of course, I think the formation of new cities might be also interesting to take a further look, but we will leave it for future research.
Can you?
Yeah.
Is this how the construction of city buffer zone?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, the blue shaded circle is the
Aren't you missing most of the city growth by looking at the intensive margin? So, like, when the city start to grow, it will expand in space, no?
Yeah. We are going to because the global cities in our sample is all the cities that reached a consistent population threshold, which is 300,000 in 2018, I think. So actually, they are start from very small number of populations to this large number of populations. So that's what we are going to capture, this growth of population in these cities.
And then I understand the boundaries.
We are not.
I think the next slide is the buffer zone. You will explain how you construct it, right?
This is already the city buffer zone. Yeah.
But how do you construct it in the data? So give me one example, like you just pick one of those.
So okay. So maybe I can explain more how we construct this city buffer zone. So the black dot in the center is the latitude and longitude of these urban agglomerates. So once we obtain this point, we can draw a circle around this city center. Oh, we will use different radius for this city buffer zone. In the baseline, we use 30 kilometers to define this city buffer zone, and we are going to test the robustness from 10 kilometers to 60 kilometers. Yeah.
But doesn't it depend on the transportation system, development stage of that?
Yes, yes, I agree, because different countries may have different range of geographic areas, and the transportation system is very different. But for now, we think it's a little bit ad hoc to define different city buffer zones in different countries. So we just draw a similar city buffer zone around the world so that we can make a consistent comparison.
Is 30 the radius or the diameter? 30 kilometers, is that the radius or the diameter?
The radius.
But they also have their own boundary, right? The
Yeah,
country
see-
themselves on their map. So how is your buffer zone compared to the administrative region?
Yes, maybe this figure can show you the administrative units and the city buffer zone. So because we only have the employment shares for all administrative units, so we need to consider the relationship between administrative units and the city buffer zone, because we want to construct the employment shares in this city rather than the administrative units. So yes, in the simplest case, that the city, or the whole city buffer zone is located within the country, so that you can map all the administrative units with this city buffer zone. And for some, I think very little cases, that the city buffer zone will beyond the country boundary, and we only, in that case, we will only capture the city which is located in the part of his host country. Then we will rule out the parts outside the host country. Yeah. So when we map this, spatially drawing this subnational population census data with the city buffer zone, we are able to calculate the employment shares in this city. Because why we want to do this? Because we want to compare both the urban population increase and also the structural transformation process in the same area, rather than in different areas. So that's what we do. And the third step is to map the.
Sorry, can you go back? So how did you construct the employment share? You randomly, you assign 30 kilometers, and then you go and collect data of how many people are employed within that circle, and also look at the population of that circle.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get it, because the data must be according to the administrative zone, the employment and population.
Yeah.
So how do you put them in your second slide? How do you put them in that circle?
Yeah, so for the population, it's a graded data, so it doesn't matter with administrative units. And for the employment shares, yes, you are right, we can obtain the employment for each administrative unit. So you can see for this example, we have 3 administrative units that are overlapped with this city buffer zone. So for each administrative unit, we calculate the employment in this overlapped area, because we can calculate the area size for this overlap area and the whole administrative unit. And then for these 3 overlap area, we can obtain the total employment, and then we can calculate the employment share in this city.
So you weighted the employment share by the population. Is that
No, we just calculate the absolute level of employment for each overlap area, because we can know the absolute level of employment for each administrative unit, and we know the area size for this overlap area.
So you include all the people in each of the administrative areas. So if the city boundary overlaps the administrative area, you include the entirety of that population. You're not trying to, you've drawn the circle so that it doesn't include, so there are areas of the admin that are outside the city buffer, but you would include those.
No?
No.
Yeah. But maybe I misunderstand the question, but let me clarify a little bit. So there are 3 administrative units which overlap with this city buffer zone. So let's ignore other 2 and focus on 1 administrative unit. This overlap area, and these areas are not overlapped with the city buffer zone. So we can calculate the area size for this overlap area and the area size for the whole administrative unit. Then for this overlap area, we can calculate a weighted share of employment for this overlap
So
area.
it is weighted, so you're assuming
Yeah.
that within the administrative unit,
Yeah.
people are evenly distributed
Yes.
across that area.
Yes.
But is that a good assumption? Wouldn't it be more skewed toward the buffer zone rather than outside the employment distribution?
Yeah, actually the assumption is quite strong, but for now, we have no other ways to do that because we do not know the distribution of population around this administrative unit.
I mean, can't you?
Uh-huh.
It should be like an adding up constraint, right? Assume that each administrative unit is uniform, get the population in the circle, and then you have to somehow scale those by, in order to add up to the, you have the total population of the city of Buffalo or no? Well, you don't. I see this is how you.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah,
Because
for the
that's an
employment.
arbitrary definition, so you don't have. it.
Yeah. So we for the employment share, we only have the total employment. Finally, we got the total employment in this city buffer zone and the sectoral employment. Yeah, then calculate.
Okay, I think it's clear enough that we should let you go ahead.
Okay, so the third step is to map the mining sites around the city. So we assume that the mining sites around the city and within the city might have an effect on the city outcomes. So again, the blue shaded circles are the city buffer zone we have discussed a lot before. And we then draw a large buffer zone to capture the mining sites around the city and also within the city. So in this figure, you can see the stars are the mining sites which is around this city. And so for each mining site, we can calculate the price change during certain period. And because we do not have production data for each mining site, so we just simple average or the price change over all mining sites. So in this way, we are assumed that each mining site contributes an equal weight of products around this city. So finally, we calculate a price change experienced by this city. So, okay, if there is no more questions about the data construction, let me provide you some summary statistics, which I think is very interesting because although we have very strong assumptions in constructing this database, but I think it's still worth to note that due to the rich data source, we are able to observe some significant pattern in terms of population, structural transformation, or the mining site. So first, this figure shows you the spatial distribution of global cities. And the different colors means different growth rate of population change during the last few decades. So you can see the blue dot means that the areas which are experiencing the faster population growth in the city. So you can see in the last few decades, Africa cities do have shown a significant faster population growth rate than the rest of countries. This echoes the findings in the previous literatures that Africa cities are urbanizing very fast.
So these are level of population because the aggregate population growth is also faster in Africa. So is it the share of urban or just due to total population?
This is the population growth in the city rather than in the whole country.
So we don't know whether it
is the migration or the natural increase of population. Yeah. So we are going to provide some evidence on that side. And the second fact is about the change in employment shares. So this table shows you the change in employment share by sector and by different country groups. So overall, you can see in the past few decades, the agriculture employment share has declined in almost all regions. However, these agriculture workers are reallocated to very different sectors. So for example, for East Asia, you can see an increase in manufacturing sector. However, for sub-Saharan African countries, almost all the agricultural workers are reallocated to these low-scale services sectors, or you can understand as a non-tradable services sectors. So the high-scale services sectors in our paper represent these financial, bank, or insurance sectors. And the last factor is about the relationship between cities and the mining sites. All cities are resource cities. How many mining sites around this city? So first, we find that not all the cities have mines in the surrounding areas. So if you just locate the mining sites within a radius of 30 kilometers of the city, so it's only 30% of cities have mines in the surrounding areas. And when we enlarge the mine buffer zone from 30 kilometers to 120 kilometers, so it's only 80%, not only around 80% of cities have mines in the surrounding areas. So yes, a large proportion of cities in our world are resource cities. They have mining sites in the surrounding areas within a radius of 120 kilometers. And there is a small proportion of cities which have no mining sites in the surrounding areas. And mining sites tend to be spatially clustered. which means that if you can observe at least one mining site around the city, it's more likely that you can observe multiple mining sites around this city. So we just simply calculate the average number of mining sites around the city for these cities which have mines in the surrounding areas. So you can see the average number of mining sites range from around 4 to 15, depends on the different radius of mine buffer zone. And also these multiple mining sites tend to produce the same kind of minerals. So average number of mineral varieties are ranging from 1.4 to less than 3. So actually this is useful information for us, because we just take the simple average of price change over all mining sites around the city, right? Because if all these mining sites produce very different minerals, then we just take the simple average, may generate us much bias to capture this price change. So this information tells us that these multiple mining sites tend to produce very similar mineral price types. So if you can observe one, like mining sites produce coal, then you may observe 10 mining sites around the city, and these 10 mining sites are all produce coal rather than other things. So next, I will introduce the empirical strategy. It's very simple. We just use the stacked long difference regression to identify the role of price change in the changes in both outcomes, which is urban population in the city and also the change in employment share in the city. So for each city during each period, we just calculate the change in outcomes and also the change in price, the price change in this period. So the population sense, one thing worth to noting is that the period to calculate the price change is the same as the outcomes. So depending on the period of different outcomes, the periods to calculate the price change might be a little bit different. And we limit our sample to cities with only mining sites in the surrounding areas. So in this way, we are going to compare the all resource cities that experience a higher price change and versus a lower price change. But we also show that our results are also robust to include all these cities without mining sites in the surrounding areas. And we just assume they experience a price change which is equal to 0. So we also control the initial level of outcomes and control the number of mining sites to capture the resource boundary itself might have an effect on city outcomes. And we control the commodity fixed effects, which suggests that our results are not driven by different minerals, and we control for the country fixed effect or the country group by period fixed effect. So the identification assumption is that conditional on all these controls, the price change will be exogenous to the city outcomes. So we think might be a reasonable assumption because each mining site more likely to be a price taker in response to the world prices. So we are interested in the coefficient of beta 1. So in this paper, we're just going to study the immediate effect of price change in the same period on the outcomes in the same period, rather than the long run effect, which means that the mining booms in this period might have a long run effect in subsequent periods. So let me show you some results. So this table shows you the population regressions when we just pulled the global cities together. We find that mining booms lead to significant urban population growth. So when we just locate a mining site within a radius of city kilometers, we find a positively significant effect. And furthermore, when we enlarge the mine buffer zone, that means we are going to include more cities which only have far away mines. So you can see both the level and the significance level and the magnitude decrease. This means that mining booms happened far away from the city has less effect on the urban population growth. That might suggest a story of migration friction, because where the mining booms happens is far away from the city, population living there is hard to migrate to city centers. So I will come back to this later so you can see the difference. So
is this yearly data? So this is yearly data. What's the frequency of the data?
So So the outcome of population, we have 4 points, 1975, 1990, 2000, 2015. So we have 3 periods. Then we calculate the price change in these 3 periods.
Okay, so you have a panel with several periods.
Yeah.
And then the price change, so it's over a 5-year period. So that will be the reaction over a 5-year period.
More than that, for population regressions, it's 10 to 15 years for each period.
It's not constant, right? The timelines.
Yeah. Oh, for the population
So
regression.
what I'm asking is, you know, your regression equation has the change in population in a 5-year period of time, and
Yeah.
then you have in the same regression the 5-year change in the previous period, etc. Like you have a panel with 3 differences. Is that?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. It's 10 years. It's 10. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, more than 5 years.
It's all stuck together. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you deal with price volatility within the period? Because there's, for some of these commodity prices, there's quite a lot of movement.
Yes, we're trying to calculate the price volatility, but actually when we plot the price series from 1970s to 2015, there's not much price volatility, just increase and then downrise and then increase. There is two super cycles since 1980s and 2000.
Yes, so this is still have both forces, migration and fertility.
Yeah.
So it's still joined, and you're going to show some regression separately.
Yeah. Because here we cannot say all the urban population growth is due to the natural increase of population or the rural urban migration. Yeah.
So one question, why do you jump directly to the conclusion that there are some frictions? If I understood correctly, your data construction is saying, I'm gonna completely abstract from new cities that are created around these mines, right?
Okay.
So what could be happening is that they're just generating small cities closer to the mines, and by construction that's abstracted from your.
Yeah,
And
maybe I will come back to your point later. Then, yeah, this is the only suggestion. We cannot say definitely this is the migration story. Yeah. So this figure show so we just include the interactions between price change and the country group dummies to show if whether different country groups will show different responsiveness to these mineral price shocks. So this figure shows you the results. We find significant positive effect of mining booms on urban population growth in African cities and no effect in other regions. And I will skip this. So in the second part of the paper, we're going to focus on the results of structural transformation. So this figure again shows you the global average results. So overall, you can see the mineral price spikes results in the structural transformation out of agriculture reallocated to low-scale services sectors, and there's less effect on manufacturing sector, high-scale services sectors, and a negative effect on non-recorded sectors. So we find similar effect in far-away mines as nearby mines. This is different from what we have seen in population regressions because far-away mines have less effect than the nearby mines. So we'll just guess the behind the story is that the mining booms happen far away from the city. They generate a higher income, which might be more easily transmitted to city centers. However, population living there are more difficult. It's more difficult for them to migrate to cities. But we do not have evidence for that at this stage. And this figure shows you the regional heterogeneous effect in response to the mineral price shocks. So the blue line shows the coefficients of price change on agricultural employment share. So you can see the sub-Saharan Africa cities experience the fastest structural transformation out of agriculture, and the labors are primarily yes.
Like you got like 5 rows for each geographic region. What are those? I can't see this.
Oh, you can see the region. So the first one is sub-Saharan Africa.
And I see that, but like then there's 5 rows.
Oh, 5 rows. The blue lines represents the agriculture, and the orange line is the other services sectors.
What's the unit?
The unit. So this just plus the coefficients of price change on agriculture or on sectoral employment changes.
So those are the point estimates.
Yeah. This is the point estimation.
When there are population changes, looking at the shares might give you like confounding impression.
Uh-huh.
Imagine that nobody's living agriculture, just new people arriving to a city that work into a service sector, but nobody lives agriculture. So
Yeah, yeah,
now,
that could
complementary evidence would be to look at how many people work in every sector and to see whether like the
You mean the absolute level? Yeah.
I mean, that could be partly that people leave agriculture and do services, or it could be that just new people that arrive, they work in the service sector, and you still have the same number of people in agriculture.
Yeah,
So different things that are the same in terms of shares, in terms of levels that would be different. To understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Maybe we can see if the change in employment share is due to the inflow of new inflow of population or the existing populations.
And I can see we look at bodies.
Yeah, and also even with the share, it's not clear about the speed because North America have very little agriculture, like 1 or 2%. West Africa have 50%. So if you were to say in one case it reduced by 10%. So it's
Can we?
so I don't think the share can tell you the speed.
Yeah,
Anyway, go on.
let me just simply answer. Yeah, I agree with this point, but I don't know if because we control the initial level of employment share, can we partially mitigate this concern? Okay, I will continue with talk about it. We conduct a bunch of robustness checks and we can talk about this later. So far we find that mining booms increase urban population and resulting a structural transformation, and we find significant effect in sub-Saharan African cities. So there are two remaining questions. One is the urbanization process driven by rural-urban migration or natural increase of population or just cross-city reallocation? And another question is the structural transformation. Does resource rent act as an income shock, which increase the income and create a higher demand for non-tradable goods? So we are going to provide some suggestive evidence on these two remaining questions. Why suggestive? Because it's very hard to get data on all these dimensions. So we are trying our best to provide some suggestive evidence. So first is the migration issues. So we first want to rule out the cross-city reallocation, because cross-city reallocation will mean that even though you can observe an increase in urban population, you cannot generate a conclusion that urbanization rates also increase. So we calculate the population growth in other cities within the same country. And we find that the price change experienced by this city has no effect on population change in other cities within the same country. So that means that the increase in this city, the population increase in this city are not from other cities, but from the rest of areas in this country. And these two figures shows you, the left one shows you the relationship between population growth versus the natural increase rate of population. And the right figure shows you the population growth versus the migration rate. So we just simply plot the correlation because we have very limited samples for available data sets on these areas. Anyway, we find that cities in countries with higher natural increase of population and also high rural urban migration rate will experience faster population growth in the same period. And the second question is, has resource rent spent locally and increased the local income? So we are trying to provide some evidence that population growth cities with faster population growth will also reach a higher GDP per capita. But we only have the cross-sectional data of GDP per capita. So we just show that cities in countries with higher population growth will also reach a higher level of GDP per capita later on. So this means that these cities with a higher population growth, actually the living standard or the GDP, the income level is higher than other cities. So the last table I want to show you is the role of agricultural productivity. I just put this because I want to have more discussions with you. We are thinking if the agricultural productivity plays a significant role in driving the effects of resource rents in these two transitions. So we add an interaction between price change and agricultural productivity. So this agricultural productivity is measured at the initial period at the country level. And you can see the blue shaded rows means that cities.
So what is it? What is the initial GDP of agriculture?
The agricultural productivity, we use the cereal yield in this country in the 1970s. Yeah.
Why serial yield? So maybe we'll talk about it.
Okay, so we find that cities with a lower agricultural productivity will show the urban population will increase more in response to the mineral price spikes, and the agricultural employment share will decline more. The low-scale services employment share will increase more in response to these mining booms. So to conclude, so this paper provides the first city level covering the whole world test of the consumption city hypothesis, and we find a significant role of mining booms in driving both urbanization process and the industrialization process. And we think there are a lot to do in the next step, because we still do not know why the sub-Saharan Africa cities show very different responsiveness than the rest of the world. And we are also interested in the long-run impacts of this resource-led urbanization process and structural transformation process, and the implication for economic growth of these consumption cities versus the production cities. So this is all I want to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I suspect there's going to be lots of questions. So Marta, Rachel, Paula, and Brooke.
Follow for presentation. I was wondering a bit about the political economy of this. So I think you talked a bit about the political economy. So you talked a bit about whether the rents are spent locally or not. I was wondering whether you can do something like, instead of cities close to the mine, just, you know, cities in the state or province where the mine is located, and trying to see whether the capital city has a differential growth relative to, you know, closer to the mine. I'm thinking of, you know, a mine may be far away, but, you know, the politicians and the capitalists that exploit the mine are going to bring the rents probably to the city. So I would just try.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's a good suggestion.
And you know, you have different levels of political corruption, or, you know, quality of institutions in your data set. So it'd be nice to see what happens in different countries. Or...
Yeah, actually, I have tried before with the institutional quality corruption level, but, you know, for my knowledge, I think the data is only at the country level. So the variation is very, yeah. So, but maybe we can think more about that. Yeah.
Rachel.
Yeah, actually, I'm still trying to understand. So my question, a clarification question. So is it right that slide you show that both migration and natural increase are important for what you find for the increase in urban population?
Yes.
Does it matter which one of it for the mechanisms that you are interested in? So that is my first question. So, you know, would it be that, you know, the population growth is actually faster in this, you know, buffer zone compared to, I mean, the natural population growth versus the rest of, maybe you can look at fertility rate. So if you have the data on migration, then you can separate into migration and fertility, right? Is that part I didn't understand, you know, what data you have in the data. So that's the first clarification. And the second was, why is it cereal yield used for agricultural productivity? Aren't they producing very different things? Because you're looking at a whole world, aren't you? So, and you use the cereal yield for all this, because they produce quite different crops, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway.
Should we get the other questions before you respond, or do you want to respond to that one?
Yeah, I can get more questions.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I think we Paula and
Yeah, no, so my question is that given that the action is driven by Africa, you were mentioning that, you know, if you look at the whole world, you can have a lot of limitations in the data you can look at to pin down mechanisms like, you know, the ones people are asking about. So I guess one question is whether you can zoom in Africa or in a few African countries and get more detailed data that allows you to know to which, you know, service sectors people are going to, whether there's migration, etc. So I think that, you know, to what extent you can do that, like focus on a region in Africa and a few countries where you can give us more details.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just going to insist on the point that also Mark already raised on this last part of your conclusion on the rents from these resources being transferred locally. I think that there are a lot of political economy things there, especially on the resource control, rent controls in countries like Sub-Saharan Africa. As Paula said, most of the action is being led by Sub-Saharan Africa, and especially because what you kind of use as dependent variable, which is GDP per capita at the city level, that comes from this Genaioli source. There are several assumptions that they make to construct the data. And for some countries, when you plot the GDP per capita, there's literally no within country variation. So eventually, if you could find for a specific set of countries with micro data from surveys to corroborate this idea, and countries that eventually are not under conflict over resources, it could be something that could validate the idea of resources being transferred. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Let me give you one more question from Tommaso before you start answering.
Okay.
This is also kind of clarification, like, back to the source of variation that you're exploiting in the data. So if I remember correctly from like, skimming through your paper, you have like 20 minerals or something like that.
23, yeah.
23, but then, and you're looking along this difference, right, 10 years. So a lot of like price fluctuations, I guess, like, net out. And so that to me, like, it would be extremely useful to like just show us like, some plots of the variation right the side, whether like I suspect is driven by a few minerals that are on a trend, are there some trend breaks, like, is the variation similar? Because maybe the results that you have in Africa, just because only in Africa you actually have something happening on the right hand side. So like, just showing us a little bit more of that would be very, very useful.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I can respond to all your questions. So I can first show you a figure about the price trends over these 23 minerals in our sample. So actually there is not too much price volatility. You can see there are mainly two super cycles for the price trends for each mineral. One is during the 1980s, and the one is during the 2000s. So yeah, so but yes, I think when we are conducting this project, we are facing a difficulty that can the price change during a 10-year period really capture the price change during this period? Maybe we can try the price volatility or the other measures of price in this period. And
I think more than that, like, to me, the question is how much variability you have. Like, it would be nice to show like a map, for example, where of like the right-hand side object, right? And so try to understand, like, is there a lot of variability in Africa, not in other countries? If I look at this picture, also like you should like only like put the dots. There's not a lot happening, right? So for example, from like the 80s to the 2000, most lines are like flat, so you don't have anything apart from like diamond going down. So is this really maybe just like driven by a few cities like in I don't know, South Africa that are not like growing as fast, but South Africa is already rich. Like that's a little bit like the concern that.
Maybe I can pass one figure that shows the price change in each city just on a map.
Do you have a region time trends?
A
continent time trends?
Time trends of what?
No, because I would be helpful. If you interact continent dummies with time trends, just to capture differential growth trends.
We absorb much variation.
I mean, to make sure you're exploiting variation within continents.
Because we have incorporated the continent by period fixed effect.
Okay.
Then we have.
Okay, so that helps with this type of concern.
You're right. And I think the third and the fourth question are related, because actually we are struggling with this question all the time, is whether we should focus on the study just on Africa so that we can. Yes, Joe, do you want?
Keep talking, you answer and then I'll just keep in line, queuing up.
Okay. Thank you. So we're struggling at whether we should just focus on African countries, because in this way we can get more detailed data and address more on institutional issues. But in the first step, what we want to do is just make a comparison between Africa and the rest of the world, because we think different parts of the world experience different processes of structural transformation. But I think I agree with with both of you that maybe in the certain parts of the paper, we can add 1 or 2 more countries in sub-Saharan Africa that we can get more better quality of data so that we can address some conflict issues, corruption issues, or other things like that. Yeah. But
Or understand the mechanism, the economic mechanism better.
yeah. The mechanism will be migration issues.
Not answer to concerns, but just to understand better what.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And so for the first question, I think there are 2 questions. One is the agricultural productivity. Yeah, because at this stage, the result is quite preliminary because we just use the zero yield at the country level. And you are right, different countries may have different crops, but I think we just make the comparison within the country in different cities. So I think that may not affect much of our results. Yeah. And for the migration issues, yes, maybe I can explain more because I still have several minutes. For the migration, how we calculate the net migration rate, because the IPONS data, the population census data, several countries, they may ask, where did you live in the previous 5 years, 10 years, or 1 year? And we combine these questions to construct a measure of migration rate. So if the person do not live in these small counties or the prefectures, then we define him as a migrant. And then we can calculate the migration rate for each administrative unit, and then we can calculate the migration rate for each city in the same way as the employment shares. So, but yes, I think the IPONS data, especially for sub-Saharan African countries, not many countries have available migration data. So for now, one thing I'm thinking is that maybe we can resort to some individual level survey data so that tracks everyone so that we can calculate the accurate migration rate and to see if the rural urban migration really respond to these mineral price shocks. Yeah, that's related to Paula's question. And
yes, the question, do you want to separate them too for your mechanism? Maybe you don't, maybe you just want to look at the people.
Yeah, I want to separate this mechanism, but at least we can rule out the cross-city reallocation, which might affect our results. That we cannot say this is an increasing urbanization rate at the country level. At least we can rule out that channel.
Sorry, Joe has a question. I think Nate has a question, and Brian has a question. Joe.
Yeah, mine's less of a question. I just said I really like this. I like the measurement. I like the idea of using these prices as an exogenous labor demand shock and focusing in on the local areas where you can really see this. And I feel like there's a lot of different papers to write here. Like one would be actually to write down a model with some wedges and to use the patterns to sort of try to identify where the frictions in the labor market might be. And there's this idea that the big problem is like a lack of high quality jobs in sub-Saharan Africa, and like people are just going into services because of that. There's no, agriculture doesn't pay very well, so you go to services. You're sort of seeing services expanding as a fraction, not, but otherwise expanding in those areas, which might cut against that type of thing. So anyway, like I think right now a model would be great for like maybe an additional paper. And then another thing that's really cool is if you were to get some health outcomes, local health outcomes. Since you're working in urban areas, you might actually have coverage with micro data and look at what these different mineral mines are doing. If you use the variation among these products and commodities, and then see how the health effects vary. I think it would be great.
Yeah. I think both are very good suggestions, and we can think more about this Python, why the sub-Saharan African is different from the rest of the world. Maybe the lack of high quality jobs, and you never know. So we can do more about this. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so this is maybe an imperfect suggestion, but thinking about your question of migration versus natural population increase. One angle you could maybe use with the IPONS data is just look at ages, right? So if it's like the population growth is concentrated among people age 0 to 10, it's much more likely natural population growth, where if it's like 30 to 40, then it's much more likely migration.
Yeah.
I think it's not definitive, but it would be sort of like suggestive evidence maybe.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Maybe we can try later. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this matters for your mechanism, but part of the structural change within these cities, I think is mechanical in the sense of as land use is shifting into urbanization, that's just going to displace some people from agricultural land. And where else are they going to go? So I'm just wondering if you've thought at all about just the, what implications this has for land use planning, and whether it's not so much the consumption hypothesis, but it's just that people are being displaced from their farms.
Yeah, we have thought about that, whether this is the mechanical result because this population just entered the urban areas which may have no agricultural sector. And actually, first we find that in many cities that there is still a large proportion of agricultural workers because people in the city, they need vegetables, they need fruits, and these are because we just look at the city buffer zone rather than the city center. And the second point is that if you look at this figure, we find a similar pace in both the core areas of the city and the periphery area of the city. So similar effect when we enlarge the city buffer zone. So that means we can include more areas away from the city. If we look at the 60 kilometers of buffer zone or even 100 kilometers of city buffer zone.
More things that would be fun to do. So can you go back to the table where you show the effects on high skill, low skill across different regions? I think there's a table. There's a table with a bunch of much farther. So you show this one. So actually, I think it's interesting. So something that will be interesting to do will be to kind of look if the effects are differential depending on the kind of baseline level of skill of the population. And the reason why I think there's a kind of old hypothesis that part of why East Asia was a big success is because at baseline they had high levels of large portion high skill workers. If you look at Latin America, you see the effects of say similar. Suppose I believe that these are similar price movements, right? You see that most of that shift is towards high skill services. Right? No. I understand. This is like the direction, qualitatively. I understand.
This is just trends, I guess. This is not the point estimate of your.
This is a change during the whole period.
Yeah, during the whole period. Yeah. The effect of the price.
No. That I understand, but it would be interesting to see if then you can interact. So I guess in the other table, you're gonna see them in the other table.
Yeah.
Because,
but
whatever.
Yeah, I think this.
Eyeballing.
I think this is a good point, and this raises me another question, which is related to Joe's question. It's because the lack of high quality jobs or the lack of high skilled laborers.
I know, and that's why I think it's really interesting to just look at baseline, what was kind of the stock of human capital. And
may it's on another side. So I don't know the reason. Maybe we should write another paper about this.
I think we should probably draw things to a close here. And thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you.
No, these are the
update my slides. I saw it. Just on the if you just open the internet.
Dos horas.
Reshare the screen. Yeah. Did you close Zoom? No, I don't think so. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All yours, Alex.
Okay. Wonderful. So I'm talking today about sea level rise and urban adaptation in Jakarta. The starting point for this project is this fact that we know in the world, which is that sea levels are rising globally. And what I'm showing for you here is a plot of those sea level rise levels, but in relative terms, okay? Because some parts of the world, there's a land subsidence issue where the land is sinking in addition to the sea level rising. And so in those relative terms, you can see that the places that are most vulnerable to sea level rise globally are in Southeast Asia. I'm going to be zooming in on the biggest metropolis in Southeast Asia, the city of Jakarta. This is a picture I took of what used to be what was called Waladuna Mosque. It was a mosque on the coast of Jakarta at the north of the city, right next to the ocean. And as sea level rise sort of took hold, you can see that the mosque was given back to the ocean. This, I think, is very emblematic of the real existential threats facing the city of Jakarta. In direct response to that, the government has proposed a number of major initiatives, the biggest being a large seawall project. There have been various iterations of this project over the years, but this has been at the very top of the policy agenda in the city for the past decade or so. This is the most sort of ambitious version of that with a price tag of $40 billion. And so the motivation for this project is this issue of sea level rise that threatens 1 billion people living in low elevation coastal zones by 2050, 680 million people in those zones today. Jakarta, again, is very vulnerable. It's going to be 35% below sea level by 2050. Let me note that this is the world's second largest city in terms of population at 31 million, on track to overtake Tokyo by 2030 very soon. And given these existential threats, as I just told you, the city has responded and the government has responded with these infrastructure investments. And so the question that I'm after in this paper is how this kind of government intervention affects, complicates, constrains, slows down long-run adaptation, which means moving away from the flood-prone coast. Or in other words, how does public adaptation interact with or crowd out private efforts to adapt? And so what this paper does is it puts together a dynamic spatial model, an empirical quantitative model of coastal development and government defense that I'm going to estimate with granular spatial data for the metropolis of Jakarta. As I hinted at, in the long run, what adaptation means is moving inland away from these flood-prone areas, but there are fundamental challenges here. The first being this moral hazard issue created by the government intervention. If it's the case that after the developers build lots of buildings next to the coast, ex post, if the government can't resist saving them, why? Because it's politically difficult to sit back and do nothing, then there's nothing, if the developers anticipate that they will be bailed out by the government, then there's nothing stopping them from overdeveloping in the first place. And then there are going to be dynamic effects. It's going to be compounded over time because this capital, these buildings are durable. There's going to be persistence here. And so the result I want to highlight is this limited adaptation, even over the long run, if you're in a world where, because of political constraints, the government cannot commit not to bail out people who undertake dangerous activity. So in terms of contributions, I'm again really after these adaptation frictions. I think the key difference between this paper and other sort of coastal flooding papers is my sort of fully endogenizing government intervention and highlighting the frictions that it creates. And so it's a sort of government commitment problem in the style of Kydland and Prescott. In fact, they talked about flooding and government intervention as a supporting example in that seminal 1977 paper. What I'm going to do is I'm going to formalize that intuition in the context of coastal flooding for Jakarta, but applies more broadly. I'm going to show how it compounds over time with sort of multi-period dynamics, and I'm going to quantify it in this empirical set. Also want to draw a contrast to this wonderful paper by Klaus Desmet and Esteban Rossi-Hansberg and others that talks about how we need to take into account adaptation mechanisms. If people can move inland, that's going to lessen the impact of rising sea levels. I want to point out that it's not so easy to move these cities inland. The US government is not going to let New York City drop into the ocean. And so in my world, in contrast to their world where there's this smooth move inland, this endogenous government intervention is going to give rise to this moral hazard friction. The move inland doesn't necessarily take place even over the long run. And so underlying all of that is this dynamic spatial model of urban development. What I want to point out here is I'm going to show how an insight that Mirto Kalupsidi had in 2014 can be applied to estimating dynamic models of urban development, simplifying estimation dramatically in a way that I think is broadly applicable for these urban settings. And lastly, I'm going to give you those sea level rise damages for Jakarta. So here's the outline. I'm going to first go through a simple version of the theory so we can pin things down and talk concretely. I'm going to show you how that kind of frames the empirical exercise. And then last, because the sort of full policy counterfactuals are underway, what I do, I'm going to show you instead today simulations that sort of still get at exactly the kind of policies that I'm after in this paper. So here's the theory. This is a theory of coastal development and defense. This is just one location at the coast to keep things as simple as possible. I have developers. Developers are going to develop development D at some convex cost C. They're going to be small developers. The government then is going to defend with defense G, G for government, at some cost E, and that cost is convex. And I'm going to be focused here on a seawall, but this can also be subsidized flood insurance. Can also be subsidizing repairs after the fact. Any kind of intervention related to the damage from flooding at the coast. And then in terms of welfare, residents at the coast are going to have residential value that is a function both of development and defense. So if there are a lot of buildings, then there's lots of residential value being created because lots of people live there, but only if it is defended, only if it's protected. It's not protected. If G is low, then there's lower value. Importantly, there's going to be positive complementarity between development D and defense G. Why? The more defended you are, the more value you get from building a new building. Okay? No defense, one extra building, it's getting flooded, doesn't help. Similarly, the more buildings you have, that more value you get from building a wall and protecting all of those buildings. This positive complementarity is important because this is exactly what's going to give rise to the moral hazard problem. Okay? And so this is kind of total value under the demand curve, so it's R prime. That's the demand curve. And G, defense, is going to shift the demand curve up and down, okay, hinting at a demand curve that I'm going to estimate in the empirical section. Okay, so then what is social welfare here? Social welfare W is this residential value less the cost of development, less the cost of defense. Then what are profits? If it's a private developer thinking about what kind of profits they'll get, they'll have the rents that they get off of the residents minus their costs. They're ignoring this public cost of protection, E for externality. And that's what's going to give rise. This is the uninternalized externality.
Are we effectively thinking that private and public have the same discount rate?
Yeah.
It seems feasible to put it in, right? Like not very hard, or like
not very
it's
hard.
just a wedge, I guess. Yeah. But.
Well, okay, so there are two things here. One is this is the very simplest version of the model. So this is a one-round game. This is developers go, the government goes. So there's no kind of discount factor. In the multi-period model, which I'm not going to show you in terms of the theory, but in simulations it will be multi-period. There's a discount factor. It's the same for everyone. I think it would be easy to put in the computer. But then empirically, the discount factor in this dynamic discrete choice model is not identified anyways. I'm kind of making it up already. Yeah. But yes, in the computer, I can put that in. You know.
Just came to my mind now, this idea of this interplay and moral hazard is something that Steffi does on her San Francisco Fair.
Yeah, so she has this moral hazard, but she doesn't have endogenous government intervention.
And the spatial dimension as well, with this interplay with migration, I think it's also that you also bring it to the table, right?
Yeah, so the spatial dimension I definitely have, but this is the first paper to really endogenize government intervention. So I'm not simply saying, look, the government does something, and given that the government does something, it crowds out what private folks do. I'm saying that the government will, and you'll see this on the next slide, the government is responding to what developers do. That's going to magnify this moral hazard by a lot, because now the developer is not just benefiting from the government program, the developer can exploit the government by building a lot, and then once they build a lot, the government's going to protect that. It's going to bail them out. Okay, and that's going to magnify this. And especially, then the third thing that's different from that paper is I'm going to show you the multi-period compounding effect of this. That's also going to be new. And that's also new relative to Kipling and Prescott.
By property usability, you also include consumer services.
Yeah, I also have, and I have consumer, so I can think about welfare.
Private welfare.
Yeah. Yes, please, Marta.
What about the trade-off between the government not being able to spend on health, education, and all that stuff? Is this something that is in a discussion in Jakarta that should be captured in the residents, again, strongly moving in a place where we may have more defense, but may have more schools or I don't know.
Yeah, so I think about this in two ways. One way I think about this is that's part of this E for externality or E for expenditure. That's part of the cost that private developers aren't internalizing. The other way I think about this is, I forgot the second way. Okay, yeah. It's a different.
I think that's enough.
So I have a question. So here what is key is that the government doesn't have commitment, and therefore that can be exploited. But in principle, then the type of instruments that you allow the government to have is going to be important.
That's right. I'll show you on the next slide exactly what fixes this commitment. I'll show you the problems with commitment. I'll show you if you can't commit, what other kinds of things you can do in simulations, like moving the capital and reducing demand at the coast, which is going to reduce the moral hazard problem.
Yeah, exactly.
There are things on the
Here
table.
you're kind of exacerbating the moral hazard problem because there's only one instrument. In principle, if you give more instruments to the government.
Exactly right. I totally agree. And so in simulations, I'll show you with that other instrument how that interacts with this problem for this one instrument. Perfect. Profits zero at the margin because developers are atomistic. So okay, what's the first best? This is the social welfare function. First order conditions, these two, done. In practice, though, what's going to happen is developers are going to move. Okay, they're going to move and they're going to consider their own private profits, not internalizing those externalities E, those public costs of defense E. And then the government is going to want to maximize social welfare, but they can only directly choose G, defense, because that's the only thing within their control. What's going to happen here is that when I take the marginal profits and set them equal to zero with a zero profit condition, if it's the case that what the government does reacts to what the developers do, if the developers develop a lot and now the government can't resist, and then it defends more, then G prime of D is positive, and now you have this non-zero term. That's the wedge. That's the difference between the first best and what actually happens. And that's where this moral hazard comes in. And this here is why the positive complementarity is a problem. If this is greater than zero, then this is an extra benefit of developing. And if there's an extra benefit of developing, I'm going to develop too much relative to what the first best is, which, by the way, the first best is not zero. Okay? It's just you're going to overdo. Please.
I'm wondering about that assumption that the government cannot directly influence things. So can they not kind of just pass legislation that prohibits development in the areas that are prone to flooding?
That's right, absolutely. So these are the solutions and the challenges. You're getting at this. So suppose that one can directly commit to target the first best development, either with a tax, price regulation, or zoning, quantity regulation. The issue is that ex post developers are going to lobby against the enforcement of the tax. So the enforcement is what one commits to here. And then I'll finish this and get to you, Joe. The other simpler thing is just to commit directly to G star if you commit to G star and you don't respond to D, then G prime of D is 0, no moral hazard. But importantly, ex post, it is optimal for the government to protect. Once the development cost is sunk, this is no political distortion. As the social planner, ex post, it's optimal for the government to protect. And so one has to resist that. Joe, go ahead.
Hold on. I'll use my rule.
Please.
If the main thing is just sea levels rising really slowly, then I mean, I think that Desmond and Esteban, we're gonna slowly move back. Okay, there's a moral hazard that's gonna slow that down. But I think with climate change, the big thing is not that it's a very predictable rise in the sea level. It's now this variance. It's the second moment. So you're setting up a problem with moral hazard as the downside of government intervention without the benefit of actual insurance. Whenever you have an insurance, you have the benefit of insurance and then you have the cost of moral hazard. The way you said the problem, you don't have the benefit of insurance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so but here so what do you have in mind for the benefit of insurance? Maybe what you have in mind is this, what it sounds like I'm saying is one needs to commit, and so one needs to commit as the government to do a little bit, but then maybe not because of some, maybe because we don't actually know what's going to happen tomorrow. There's huge flooding, and I think what you're saying is it sounds like I'm saying the government should still only do a little bit. If I want to extend for this uncertainty, then I can have commitment to a schedule, and that would also work.
You're saying, I guess maybe you're saying let's, Joe, you should be thinking about the benefit of government intervention being insurance. It could be insurance.
It could be insurance. Okay, so maybe, sorry, then maybe yeah, if that's your question, then yeah, it could be insurance.
Risk-averse developers, essentially, like risk-averse developers with the flooding around stochastic area.
Yeah, it's just that.
It would change a little bit as well.
That's right. So if they're risk-averse developers, you want insurance, and so what this G would be is subsidized insurance. Okay, and then that's something that is done as well.
A comment. No, about this idea of risk aversion. I think your model is a bit like it's like a Barrow-Gordon type of model, no? Like where you have a distortion because of the game that these people are playing. So that's what you are emphasizing, the game and not necessarily the trade-off between insurance and a moral hazard. So that's in your paper.
So
like the
right.
new thing in your paper is the game.
That's right.
And that's
exactly.
what generates the distortions.
That's right. And
that's
then the moral
like
hazard.
Barrow-Gordon type of framework for inflation, no? That
Exactly.
between the private sector and the government
Exactly.
to excess inflation, and then you need to commit
Correct.
to lower inflation, and then I think that's kind of the mechanism that you're focusing on.
And it's a bit separate from moral hazard in
Exactly.
insurance. I'm just calling it moral hazard because in flooding people also call this
but
moral hazard. But here there's no uncertainty here at all.
Exactly.
But we could think of this as a certainty equivalence, accounting for risk aversion or not, and this would still go through.
I want to protect Alan's time. We've got about 20 minutes left.
Perfect.
So
Moral hazard, commitment, skip that. Dynamics, I'll show you this in a bit in the simulation. So let me take that theory. This is the expression from the theory. This frames the entire empirical exercise. Okay, this is the residential value function. Let me break it down into being a function of how much development there is and the flooding that happens as a function of government investment. So residents care about flooding, and there's a demand curve. That's a spatial model of residential demand where residents care about flooding. That's an economic model that I'm going to estimate. Okay, how much does government intervention via the seawall affect flooding? I'm going to have a model for that, but that's going to be an engineering model, okay, a hydrological model of flood risk and flooding. Okay, now these costs here, I'm going to estimate with an economic model. I'm going to have a dynamic model of developer supply that in this sort of IO style, let me use the model to recover the cost structure of the industry. That's the phrase that's often used. That's what I'm doing. This is the cost structure of the industry. Based on the development I see in the data, I'm going to back out this function C. That's an economic model that I estimate. Lastly, there's this expenditure function or the cost of government defense E. This just comes directly from engineering estimates. I'm not estimating that. Okay, so the spatial dynamic model is for pieces 1 and 3. 20, okay. I'll go over this because I think I've been working on this. This is pretty cool. It's also interesting to think about whether there was an instance in Jakarta's history where the government did intervene on flood protection and whether development increased in response to that, because it's kind of the moral hazard story that I have in mind. So I can go back to Dutch colonial era maps and digitize them and look at this west flood canal that was built that protected the water flows from south to north. So it protects neighborhoods to its north more than neighborhoods to its south. And I can look at whether it's the case that before the flood canal got built, so in 1904, after I've digitized the maps, 1904 before 1918, if it was smooth, it being development, was smooth over the border. Indeed, it was no difference before, but after there's more development in the places where the government intervened. So indeed, it's the case that developers are responding to what the government did historically. Okay, and then now I'm going to use this insight to show you what it looks like in this hypothetical seawall. Okay, so this then is the empirical model. Demand for residence is, again, a spatial model of residential choice, an individual I in an origin location J, thinking about where to move in terms of destination K. They're renters, they're considering rents R, I'm going to observe that. Flooding, which I'm going to observe. Okay, this is a disamenity, this is a price. And then unobserved amenities C, which I don't observe, which are going to give rise to endogeneity problems that I'm going to address. And then they want to stay close, and then there are Lodger chalks to make everything tractable in terms of estimation. At a high level, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to think about the costs of long-run adaptation, which is moving inland. There are two costs that the demand side is pinning down for me here. When I move inland, one, I need to abandon the high amenity places. So I want to figure out which places are high amenity or not. I'm going to get that. And then also when I move, I have to incur the migration costs. Okay, so then I'm going to estimate that as well. Estimation then is going to be on 2020 population shares. In a usual spatial model, I would observe all of the bilateral flows, and then you can just invert and do a simple logit thing. I don't have that because I'm very fine-grained in my data. So I know the stock of where everyone is before and after, but I don't know who moved where. But then what I can do is I can integrate over the origins in the same way that BLP integrates over demographics to hit final choice shares, in their case, population shares in mine. That BLP style of estimation is also going to allow me to directly address price endogeneity from the correlation of unobserved amenities and the rents. I'm going to use ruggedness as something that increases construction costs, but the assumption here being that residents don't directly care about net of the costs that the developers put in to kind of level the ground. Okay, and then in terms of data, I know where people are living. In terms of estimates, okay, rents enter negatively, downward sloping demand. Another important thing here is how people respond to being safe from flooding. And this is important because how people value flooding and flood risk is how I'm going to turn the flood benefits of a seawall into welfare. Okay, this coefficient is what's going to monetize welfare. Rather, it's going to allow me to convert into utilities, and then the rent coefficient is going to allow me to monetize. Okay, fine. So this is supply from developers. So developers are going to, this is a dynamic model where developers, a given developer I, in a given location K, in a given time T, they're going to make a binary choice to develop or not. Okay, and so this is the value function here. And in the paper, it's sort of more complex, but I've simplified it a bit here for the sake of clarity. So this is the value function. I'm a developer and I have development holdings D in my portfolio. And I have land L, undeveloped land, in my portfolio. What's the benefit of having that land and that development? The completed development, I'm going to collect rents on in this period. Great. I'm going to get my revenues. And then I'm going to choose, do I convert some of my land into developed land or not? Okay, so either yes, I develop, or no, I don't develop, subject to logit shocks that will make everything tractable. If I do develop, okay, if I convert one plot of land into developed land, then I need to pay a cost to develop, which is going to include unobserved costs that are going to give rise to endogeneity problems. I'm going to need instruments here as well. I'm going to pay a cost. What's the point of paying the cost? The point of paying the cost is that I move into the next period with one more developed building, but I give up a plot of land. Okay. But what's the benefit of that now that I have that developed building, I'm going to collect rents on it. That's the point. I pay the cost now, but then I collect the revenues in the future. That's if I develop. Okay. If I don't develop, then instead, I move into the next period with my same holdings. Okay. At a high level, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to think about the costs of long run adaptation. On the supply side here now, where are those costs coming from? When I move inland, I'm moving away from the places that have high rents. That's going to be costly, but also I have to build the new buildings. Okay, I need to incur the construction costs. I'm going to recover both of those elements. For estimation, I'm going to do something new. I'm going to leverage this insight from Mirto Kalupsi and think about reading the continuation values off of the data. Because with this dynamic discrete choice estimation, typically the problem is that one must compute these continuation values via backward induction or something like that. That takes really a long time. Okay, so more or less the entire literature since the late 80s has developed to figure out ways to estimate these kinds of models without actually having to compute the continuation values directly. Okay, and so estimation is going to do something to estimate without solving the model. Okay, so I'm in that tradition, but I'm going to show you how this thing makes it even simpler. Okay, price endogeneity from those unobserved costs correlated with rents. Here I'm going to use resident demographics as a demand shifter, at least for now. What I have in mind here is rich people are less price sensitive, and so you can charge more rents for them as the developer, but you don't care directly about rich people, except that they're going to pay more money for your construction. Okay, so this is what I mean by data as continuation values. From the previous slide, okay, I'm going to, given the logit errors, epsilon, superscript d, I can invert, okay, to get this top line here. The logit inversion gives me that the probability of developing versus not is the difference between those, the small d's, the choice-specific conditional value functions. Okay, then I'm going to plug in the model, just the lines on the last slide to here. Problem, I have these continuation values big V, that if I compute directly, you're going to take a long time to compute. What I want to do now is leverage this assumption here. This assumption which states that the value of your holdings, instead of collecting the rent and thinking about the option value of developing your land, you could just sell your land and you could just sell your buildings for the market price. And so if this holds, then this is going to simplify to this. And these are data. And furthermore, will serve as a numeraire because this is measured in dollars.
But they cannot buy land, right?
So in this model, they just own the land, but you can think about, for example, a financial arbitrager that's buying and selling the land and eating away the difference between these
But
things.
L cannot grow, basically.
L is fixed. L cannot grow. Yeah.
So
that's
they
right.
can sell, but they cannot buy.
Well, so what you see here is that this model, in my model, everyone owns the land already, and then they can sell it to an arbitrager who can buy it from them. But you're right, the land supply is fixed. But you
who
see
will
from this,
buy it then?
sorry?
So where will the arbitrator sell it?
So the, oh, okay,
I just want to
arbitrager doesn't,
understand.
yeah, the of course, no problem. The arbitrager doesn't have to sell it because the arbitrager can just own it and then collect the rents off of it, and they can develop it themselves.
So in the data, do you see this reallocation of land across developers?
No, so this is by assumption, this is the ownership structure. I don't have really fine-grained data on who is buying and selling. I do have data on transaction prices that will get me these prices. And then the model is a stylized way of kind of pinning down what that means. But the other point I want to make here is that from this expression, you can see that this model in which developers own the land already and then sell is isomorphic to a model where the developer owns no land. And in order to develop, first they need to buy the land and pay this price PL, and then they flip it and pay the construction cost, and then they can sell. Okay, so it's like isomorphic actually. And that's a benefit of this way of doing it because another way of doing it that I'll talk to you about in a bit actually cannot accommodate that, Tommaso.
So to understand, if you have like some sort of frictions in the market, so that prices actually is a wedge, that will not be a big problem, right? We just shop as a higher or lower cost. No?
Correct. And that's exactly, sorry, I'm just taking notes. That's exactly right. So, okay, so for estimate,
you just put a wedge in front of the data that and everything will be fine.
everything, so estimation, yes, no problem. It just shows up here. Counterfactuals is a problem because I'm gonna hold it fixed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hold it fixed even when the seawall is built. That's what I'm missing. But the thing is, for counterfactuals, I can't leverage this anyway. For counterfactuals, you have to solve the model. This is estimation without solving the model. So I'm already going to make a lot more assumptions anyway. But estimation is robust to this. I think there's still value in that. So I need efficient real estate markets so that prices reflect the values. Okay, so that prices move to this. If prices are too high, then developers are going to see those awesome prices that are better than what they expected and develop a lot. High supply of development is going to push down prices until prices hit expectations. Okay, so that's what gives me this. But to Tommaso's point, if there's some wedge here, it's just going to load on to these unobserved costs. The other thing that I need for this line to hold is I need the developers to be atomistic, because if the developer is really big and puts a bunch of supply onto the market, then the price that they're going to get is not the price I see in the data. It's something else that I don't know, that I need to compute. And if I need to compute it, then I go back to needing to solve the model. I lose the benefit of appealing to prices. Okay, so that's what I need. I don't need rational expectations. I need that prices reflect market expectations. The market can have crazy expectations. But if I'm a developer, I don't care what the market expects. I don't care if it's right or not. I care if the market is going to give me this price, then I can flip and sell for that price. So,
but you need the developer to have the same expectations as the market.
Yeah, and but to the extent that the price is a signal of what the market expects,
No,
the developer just looks at.
But you need homogeneous expectations, because otherwise
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
developer has different expectations, then he's not going to sell, and then the relevant is
That's right.
expectation and not the price.
That's right. I agree. But I also want to point out though that this is a relaxation over the frontier in the literature to not need to have these rational expectations. So I have the data on building construction, real estate prices. I'm just going to skip how I have those. I mean, the land prices are from the government, the property prices are from property websites. Let me briefly just talk about where this sits in the literature. So Rust style full solution nested fixed point methods. You solve the model every time, it's slow. You have to specify expectations. PBL style kind of mid 2000s. You don't need to solve the model, so it's fast, but you still have to specify expectations. Euler CCP methods within the last 5 years, and I used these in my job market paper on palm oil. I use this method here. Fast, but one still needs rational expectations by all agents. And now you also need atomistic agents. Okay. Now what I have in my approach in this paper, I can't relax this one. This is hard. Okay. But I don't need the rational expectations anymore. The intuition being that I measure the prices, the intuition being that prices provide a direct measure of expectations. So expectations can be whatever. This is where this sits. Please.
Sorry, I find this all fascinating already, but I just wanted to know your opinion about the atomistic developers within a city.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about this is, one, there are a lot of developers in Jakarta, but suppose there's just one developer. Actually, even if there's just one developer, they're going to build, but then their 8 buildings are still fighting against all of the other buildings in the city. And so the extent to which they have market power. But yeah, the other answer is just that if I relax this, then I lose all the benefit of appealing to prices. And so that's,
Does the developer has any role in government's decision?
There's some lobbying. There's definitely lobbying. And I think that's consistent with my political economy story. But to close on this point, this is the assumption. And we can quibble on whether the prices I measure are the right prices, and we can quibble on whether this is correct. What I just want to say is, if you can swallow this, estimation now is very easy. Simple IV estimation. Okay, relative to what we normally need to do to estimate dynamic models. So I at least want to show you the upper bound of what the benefit of these expectations are. Rents determined in equilibrium, I'm going to skip that. I also have this hydrological model that I can use to simulate how flooding over space in individual cells responds to a seawall being built. And then the government now is going to close out the model. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let me suppose the government can commit, and let me suppose a certain level of political turnover. I skipped that, but I'll talk to you about that over the next 5 minutes in the simulations. Then I'm going to have a hydrological model for the flood risk, and then I'm going to have the engineering costs to close everything. This is how it all fits together. Okay, in counterfactuals, I'm going to think about a seawall being built. That seawall is going to affect flooding over space differentially in different neighborhoods. How? By the hydrological model. Now that flood risk has shifted, how does that change people's demand and therefore rents over space individually by different locations? That's going to be given to be the demand model because I estimated how much people care about flooding. And then lastly, given that rents have shifted, some have gone up, some have gone down, how does development respond to that? That's by the supply model that we just talked about. Okay, so now you can see the G and the D and the interplay between the two via the links created by the empirical model. Okay, so these are the simulations. This is the one-shot thing. Okay, so this is in a single round. The government is in blue. Yeah, sorry. Okay, this is the government. So the government is going to defend more if the developers develop more, and that's a problem. Why? Because if the developers know the government can commit, then they have this kind of best response function. More defense is good for them, so they're going to develop more. The problem is if the government cannot commit, then you have that extra orange term in the first order condition. That's going to increase the benefit to developing. Why? Because when you increase the benefit, when you increase development, you're pushing the government to defend more, and so you get more benefit from developing. And now you can see there's over development and over defense. If the government can commit, then it's a straight line, and the orange term gets shut down, and so you're now down at the first best. So that's the one-shot thing. But this is interesting here because it plays out over time. Okay, so here I've simulated for you 5 periods. I have development and I have defense. Okay, and this is the flow of development, by the way. And so under full commitment, you can see adaptation happening. How do we see adaptation happening here? We see the drawdown of development activity at the coast. That's what we want.
Sorry.
Please.
Just the timing of all the interactions you showed happen statically within a period, right? So the decision of the government and then the reaction of the
in the model I showed you, it was all within the period. Now all of the periods are interlinked. Why are they interlinked? Because the development is durable. And so the developers, when they build, are thinking about their profits today and also the profits tomorrow and the profits the year after. And that's why the developer model is dynamic with the big V value function being the revenues today plus my continuation value. Okay, and then without commitment, now everything goes up. Okay, and so you just have more development at the coast because developers are exploiting the government. And so this is you don't see the kind of, there's some drawdown, but then there's just a lot more activity here. And so the stock is much higher over time. Okay. Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah. Is it a substitute for commitment, just expanding the policy instruments? So the zoning model, just saying not a lot of people to invest in certain areas, the coastal areas to develop.
Yeah, so it's related to I think we had this question from before. So zoning, we're equivocal a little bit is that zoning still requires commitment because you need to commit to enforce the zoning. In the US, that happens, by the way. In Florida, they kind of build wherever they're not supposed to, and then they lobby the government, and then it gets rezoned. So this isn't a developing country thing in particular. But one can also think about other policies like moving the capital and reducing demand at the coast. I'll get to that in just a second. And then I'm now almost like 1 more minute, and I'll go one over into the question time.
We'll give you some slack here.
So limited commitment, okay? So here, this is for this, I'm plotting for you development. So solid blue line, no commitment. Full commitment. No commitment, there's more development. Okay, so let me think about limited commitment, and let's just do the solid light blue line for the sake of time. The government here can commit for 3 periods. Here, the government is forward-looking. Okay, and so this is part of the richness of the dynamics with multiple periods. The government today cares about the government tomorrow. And because they care about the government tomorrow, they're actually going to undershoot relative to the first best in their time period. Because if they pull back the amount of defense and development being put in place, they're reducing the moral hazard for the future government. Why? Because now the future government is less stuck having to intervene. And so because they're forward-looking, they take a bit of a hit themselves by not going under the first best and having underdevelopment relative to the first best, but they help the future government. But if you have political myopia where the current government only cares about themselves, then they're going to do too much relative to the first best because they can have more development and claim political credit for it. The cost of that overdevelopment today is that we're going to have to pay too much for defense tomorrow, but that's someone else. That's a different administration. So now the current government can exploit as well the future government via this intergovernment moral hazard. And you see that here with too much development. This is the same for defense. I'm going to skip that. Okay. And then lastly, on the sort of reducing coastal demand via some other kind of policy. And indeed, in Jakarta, in Indonesia, they've proposed moving the national capital away from Jakarta, which will still be the economic capital. And the way I think about that is reducing demand and therefore rents at the coast. And if you reduce rents at the coast, what you're doing in effect is reducing the moral hazard because you're reducing the benefit from exploiting the government. Okay, and so now you see that the two curves come together. And actually the welfare loss is only 22% if you can't commit at all. Relative to with the high demand, there's a 78% welfare loss if you can't commit. Moving the capital also takes commitment too, okay? But it's a different kind of commitment, I would argue, because it's a national journey we embark on together relative to the commitment not to save people when the flooding comes in, please.
So would just the threat of moving the capital do a lot? In the sense
With
that-
just the threat. Yeah, if.
So if you give the government two tools, sorry, this is not like.
That's definitely not.
I'll wait.
Okay. But I'm almost there anyway. So,
Sorry.
I just, you know.
I'll close out and then come back to this slide. So just to close out, I'm interested in this paper in these major frictions impeding adaptation to climate change via the endogenous government intervention, which gives rise to moral hazard and lock-in. Commitment is the answer, but there are political challenges. We'll talk about that in just a bit. Jakarta, I think, really foreshadows the sea level rise that threatens Miami, New York, Shanghai, Mumbai, many cities over the course of the next few decades. And I just want to close by taking us back to this mosque here, where they built the seawall actually inside of the mosque, and in so doing just gave it back to the ocean, okay? And it's kind of interesting what's inside of the seawall. What they're doing inside of the seawall is they set up new rice fields, new beginnings in Jakarta. Thank you. And then this one, yes.
Yeah, so the question was, what happens if you just give them the threat? Basically, you have multiple tools expanded. Because sometimes it's enough. So I guess some prediction of how that game is gonna go, but I don't know. I was
because there's like a cheap talk element here, and so it needs to be a credible threat. It is credible in the sense that once you say you're going to do it, you have a cost of not doing it, and then also you have a big benefit of doing it because then you are, Joko Widodo, the president who moved the capital city to Kalimantan and saved, the heart of the nation or whatever. So I think that's, I intuit that that's easier to commit to, but two, easier to kind of follow up on a commitment to. In the way that this seawall thing is kind of hard to, it's hard to commit not to bailing people out after they've gone into dangerous places as the government. That's very politically costly.
I understand, but what I'm wondering is whether just having the threat of moving the capital would actually reshift the way you're going to play that game, so that others are actually going to. And you have a framework that potentially could allow you to think about it.
I see. So maybe let me come at it this way. Suppose the threat of moving the capital is, for whatever reason, credible enough to reduce rents, not today because we haven't moved yet, but the rent tomorrow is going to be lower. Exactly. And because I have a dynamic framework, I can pick that up. Yeah, I guess where I'm, so if conditional on, yeah, that threat reduces rents in period 2, I can compute, definitely. But that link is what I have to think about a little bit more.
Do you want to collect a few, Alan? Should we?
Please.
We've got Nina and Tommaso
Please go ahead, Bill.
and Lisa and Martha.
Super interesting stuff and very difficult to solve, but like one thing I keep going back to, like, what are the distributional consequences of this?
Yeah.
And also like just political economy of it, right? Because we hear about this in Jakarta where probably the people who are most affected are the richer people, like with the developers, whereas, you know, like we might have floodings elsewhere that affects also many, many people, but they don't have any political power. So how, you know, how do you think about this more broadly?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. But I guess like if I go back to the example from Amsterdam, I think you showed us
Yeah.
before, that really seemed like, you know, almost like, you know, the opposite of the story you're pushing, right? In the sense that the developers waited for the government to make the investment before starting developing. So it seems that there's like, you know, a whole like other story that you're not really focusing on. That is. Maybe you just don't trust the government, you don't trust the state capacity of the government to actually make like an investment in the future. So there's underdevelopment. And it seems like, you know, your Amsterdam example exactly show that, right?
Yeah, so but I still think of that as an uninternalized cost kind of. It's still an uninternalized cost. They're waiting for the government to put in costs so that they don't need to pay it themselves. But I understand your point. Yeah, it points in a different.
Yeah, it will actually. And I guess, you know, your model, you're assuming that the government always has the capacity to invest. And
yeah. So that's right. That's right.
I came from Italy, like, you know, Venice.
Yeah, it's different.
Venice is just
That's
like,
right.
Going underwater, and the government is not managing to, like, you know,
No,
I live together and actually protect it, and so that's.
Suppose we have a world where the government can do nothing, then G prime of D is 0 because G is 0 in all cases, then there's no moral hazard issue. But then the theory is trivial because there's no intervention to begin with. But that's how I think. So it's a little bit U-shaped, right? Is no capacity versus super high capacity you can commit. If you have no capacity at all, you also commit to just doing nothing. Also, yeah.
Martha, and then
and sorry, because I responded to Tommaso, maybe I should respond to Nina. Just to be fair, quickly, the distributional consequences I think are super important. And here I think it would actually magnify things because it's the rich that can exploit the government and the poor cannot. And I think it would make it worse actually.
Yes. Martha.
So yeah, one of the things was again really fascinating, and I would love to see some discussion of stuff there. I keep thinking about the thing I brought up at the beginning on, you know, the government not having any opportunity cost of, you know, spending on defense rather than other things. I was wondering, you know, what would happen if you have an additional public good investing that would, you know, push the government better condition to such that, okay, I want to build defense up to the point where my marginal benefit on building defense is going to equate marginal benefit of building education or, I don't know, becoming environmental. So I was wondering, yeah, could you say something about that trade-off?
Yeah, I think the government, in thinking about the E of G costs, should be thinking about not just the direct engineering costs. Where it enters is this: I'm going to do direct engineering costs, not the opportunity cost of investing in the empirical exercise. But you're right, in a theoretical sense, the E of G should include these outside options. And then the second thing that I was going to say before that I forgot was that I think this is also why this kind of problem is more important in Jakarta than it is in Rotterdam, for example, because those the opportunity cost of government funds is much higher here than it is in wealthier countries. That's why I'm studying this in Jakarta, also because it's 31 million people.
Yeah, so it might be a bit of a terrifying question. I think in the beginning, you said you were going to look at the interaction between public and private adaptation. And I was just wondering about private adaptation. Is it here just the channel that they can decide where to develop? Or is there also a role for private insurance markets or special construction initiatives, like developers grouping together and doing something to protect their buildings, or can they do something about making their buildings more secure from flooding?
Yeah, here private adaptation is just not developing a bunch at the coast. So it's this drawdown, because this is just at the coast. If I had 2 locations, it would be not building here and instead building something else. But this, I think, captures it. The private costs of adaptation are in the C of D function, which developers do internalize. That's part of what I recover in the estimating the cost structure of the industry. But those don't have a moral hazard problem because developers do internalize.
Governments could impose higher costs. They could force construction to different standards, for instance.
Correct. And that's another, maybe that's an easier to commit to policy that could also, instead of reducing demand, you raise costs. That's right. That's right.
Anya, Paco.
I have a question on, we're looking at the welfare of residents. Is there a way of also looking at the welfare of the non-residents or the areas that they're more likely to move into? Because they're also going to either experience overcrowding or what Marta was mentioning about the opportunity cost of government spending more on a sinking ship as opposed to inland.
Agreed. So I'm totally going to miss opportunity cost of government spending because I don't have those data. But because I have a spatial model of demand where people are moving from place to place, and when you move in and rents solve for an equilibrium, so rents go up in the places where now people crowd into, I am going to capture that. Not in these simulations, but yes, please.
You knew at the beginning that this man was transferred that they underestimated the cost of the business of adaptation. Do you have any idea how much the quantity they forward compared with the one that you have? I mean, it is a technology and so forth.
Yeah, so the way I think, I mean, they have physical capital in their important paper. And I posed this question to Esteban, and he said, well, in our paper, it's long. This is like a totally reasonable answer. In our paper, it's all long run, and over the long run, 100 years, 200 years, if there's depreciation, the physical capital will depreciate. That's totally right. But then I said, Esteban, but if you endogenize government intervention, people are going to keep building at the coast, and so even with this depreciation, that stock is still going to stay high. So that's the key difference. But what I don't have, I think what I should do, and so I totally take your point, is once I have the full policy counterfactuals and I have a number, the GDP effect over the long run is 28 or whatever. And then I can also do suppose that I shut down this channel. And that actually is the first best, because there they have no moral hazard. My first best has no moral hazard. Then I can say, look, there's a loss of 30% with no commitment. If you could commit, it's 3%. That 3% is kind of much closer to the doesn't matter at all.
I've got Tommaso. Anybody else?
So one else I ask. So if I understand correctly, you estimate the cost to kind of back out the amount of investment. Is that true?
Estimate? Say
the
one.
cost of developing to back out the amount of observed investment.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it would be possible, I guess, to do the opposite exercise, right? To just say, okay, let's assume that the cost of developing on different areas of the city is exactly the same, and then look at observed amount of the development or investment today, and then try to understand what are the expectations of the developers in terms of future government defense.
Yeah, but if I assume costs are the same everywhere, it really kills the spatial heterogeneity in the data, right? So that's a little hard to square with the.
I see it, but then I guess more in general, is there any way for you to kind of show us that indeed there is too much investment in the coastal area?
I see.
So one way to say it is to say, okay, in order to rationalize the investment, I guess your model is going to spit out some sort of cost, and maybe the model is going to show us that the cost on the coastal area is much smaller or much higher than anything kind of reasonable, because we would expect that within Jakarta the cost of building you can estimate that cost directly, right? Not to back out the observed development. Just
but then it's accounting cost versus economic cost.
Yeah,
It becomes
exactly.
kind of. So the IO style is to not trust the accounting cost at all and to back it out via
I know, but
the
this is
model. But I agree. No. Yeah. That's totally fine. Yeah. No, absolutely. Where I see that the West Flood Canal historical exercises being, so suppose I didn't have that, then it's really all speculative and I don't have let me show in the data that there was too much somewhere. And so that's why I went and digitized these historical records as something to kind of get at this story. The other thing that what you're getting at relates to is this idea that in the literature, they found that flood risk doesn't fully capitalize into property prices. And it looks like it can't be, it looks like costs are too high or too low or what have you. And I'm just making the point that actually you can have fully rational markets, but if developers are pricing in anticipated government intervention, you also would not have the full capitalization of flood risk into prices. So this model rationalizes that as well. Please, Marta.
On that, so the like Claire Balboni's paper
Yeah.
on the roads being built, like too many roads being built next to the coast in Vietnam. You mentioned a bit of this path dependence on the fact that we have invested a lot on the coast. These are the high amenity locations, and that makes demand for these locations even higher. So could you do something to, go back in time on the amenity of being at the coast and try to fit those amenities in the model to see how much of this, dependence or obsession with the coast comes from these amenities versus, I don't know, what the roads that the government built or just like historically when these, how much of this comes actually from this path dependence versus, it's a big city with 30 million people, so you need to build anywhere in some sense.
So in principle, I can recover those amenities from demand as long as I have data going back in time with population shares. I can go back as far as 1970 for that. I haven't done that yet, so thank you for the suggestion. I think there are two.
To see like if the government at some point,
the tricky part then is that then you rely on like, let me find a government announcement. Okay, but then if all of this stuff was kind of in the ether the entire time, then it's a bit hard to disentangle. Where the amenities I do kind of allow to shift around is in an extension, I'm gonna add firms that are gonna allow me to endogenize the amenities a bit. Right now, I'm saying if you move inland, this is high amenity, this is low amenity, and you lose the high amenity place. In reality, if everyone moves inland, then the amenity is gonna go up here and come down here. So I will allow for that. I don't have that yet. But yeah, Clear's paper is a great paper, but again, just to point out, that doesn't have this fully endogenous government intervention. So that's the key difference, this to other flooding papers. Good. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have a 15-minute break, a little more than 15 minutes.
Yes.
Of developers. Like, if I understood you right, they didn't
much, I think, as opposed to like fully only you know, and this connects. Would be interesting for you.
I think we can go to 12:45. It's like I can also see a little bit, and I think it's pretty like I suspect also like I'll fit into the time and yeah.
If you want me to show you.
Yes, yeah, if I need your help, I will say like that. Just be like, I need your voice, but yeah. It's the trend of the course.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I think we'll go ahead and get started. We're really excited to have an academic keynote. We had a policy keynote yesterday. We have an academic keynote today from Nina, who, apart from being the perfect person to give a keynote, sits on the academic, I never remember what it's called, the academic steering committee for STEG, or the advisory group. There is some body that has an ill-defined role. And you know, we're academics. Anyway, Nina, it's all yours.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me here. I have a very broad title of Trade, Global Value Chains, and Jobs. So basically, I'm going to talk a little bit about how you know, how we should think about the role of international trade in structural transformation. Today, I'm very much focusing kind of more on the kind of labor market and employment. So, you know, it's not surprising that all of us are thinking about like what's the role of trade in this process, because in the last 30 to 40 years, international trade between rich and poor countries has really grown quite a bit. You know, part of that is China, but many other low and middle income countries have integrated as well. And the one thing that, you know, I learned from people like Ann Harrison and Doug Gollin that was actually not so emphasized early on when I, long time ago, started as an economist, is that when you're studying, you know, the role of international trade in lower income countries, you really need to pay attention to the fact that most of the individuals will be employed in either self-employment or in other people's small kind of informal businesses. And that, you know, and that was just something, you know, like I kind of first encountered that in a survey or kind of like a big picture article by Ann Harrison, like in 1997, I think, Journal of Labor Economics, that did the kind of the first piece on labor and development. You know, then Doug had like his JP paper, like how to adjust like capital shares, like when we have self-employment. But, you know, these things, like, I'm not sure about macro, but in trade, they were not emphasized at all. And I think, you know, on the other hand, like if we kind of go back to the development literature or like macro development literature, you know, one of the key ways through which international trade could potentially be affecting economic development is by enabling like more people and more productive activities to concentrate kind of on either kind of in more formal establishments, so movements from informal to formal, or to, like movements toward more kind of high value, you know, higher productivity sectors, which oftentimes is associated from going from agriculture to manufacturing or services, even though, you know, we also can have higher value added service within agriculture. So really, like, you know, I think like one big progress that we've made in the past few, like the past 2 decades is we are paying much more attention to both informality and kind of how trade is affecting changes across kind of broader sectors, rather than just really focusing on manufacturing. And I think in part this happened because we are paying more attention to measurement and underlying data, like not, because you need much more detailed data to gather these channels. So, I'm not going to go too much into the literature, but, the literature that's there has found that trade policy does play a role in structural transformation in lower and middle income countries. I'm going to focus mostly on trade policy because if we just say on trade, focus on trade, like you are requiring much more assumptions to identify the role of trade in this process. Whereas with trade, because, it's an area that I pay attention to, but that's not where my area of research is, but I just want to highlight, there's one side of literature that I'm not going to talk that much about, but kind of more quantitative trade models that more broadly study the role of trade in structural transformation. I'm going to focus on trade policy because with trade policy, we are able to better identify kind of the role of trade from all the other factors that might be also influencing international growth in international trade at the same time, as well as kind of urbanization or movement toward agriculture. But what people have found is that while trade policy plays a role, context very much matters. Okay, and that's going to be a theme throughout my talk. So, what people have found is that, the trade can influence movements of workers from informal to formal sector. But again, the results differ a little bit on how mobile people are across sectors or across locations. What's the nature of trade policy liberalization? Is it decline in import tariff barriers, so there's increase in import competition, or is it opening of export markets? So there are like patterns that emerge there, but like we need to pay attention to those underlying patterns. We have also more recently started paying attention to these kind of effects of trade on sector reallocation. Like at a more aggregate level, work by Maggie and others has kind of highlighted that, there is actually quite a bit of movement of labor across kind of broadly defined sectors, and that openness and exchange rates affect that differently in countries depending on their comparative advantage and stage of development. More recently, people have actually tried to relate those patterns to trade policy change. And kind of one of the first papers on this was actually this paper by Erkin and Leicht that kind of relied on China's entry into the World Trade Organization I found that on the web to examine how that affected movements out of agriculture toward manufacturing and services. But I think there's a lot more that can be done here, especially since, basically if I think about the first papers that were written on trade and informality, Penny and I did not actually really find particularly large effects, but I think in part that was because our data was just not as good as data that people used later on, actually sometimes on the same country. And so I think, for those of you who are entering this literature, I think there's a lot more that can be done in multiple angles in terms of measurement, kind of relying more, kind of mixing reduced form and quantitative methods, as well as kind of better measurement of policy changes. The thing that I'm going to focus on mostly today is the fact that one of the, it's the fact that multinationals were an important component of this expansion of trade that we observe. And if we look at lower income countries, they have been the ones that have received the majority of global greenfield FDI inflows over the past 20 years. And what's interesting there is that if we I've actually I think I've told multiple people that I've had because of the project I've been recently doing, since I've never worked on FDI before, I had an excuse to read 25 years of literature on FDI, which was just so fun and refreshing. But what was actually really interesting to see is the majority of that literature in lower income countries really focuses on FDI's impact on technology transfers, productivity spillovers, and economic growth, which on the one hand, it's not surprising because the hope was that FDI would be bringing new technology to and the spillovers to lower income countries, and maybe that was also making that provided the case for the government subsidizing the FDI's inflow in there, and like in the the previous literature that I just highlighted, also here with like better measurement, we are like it's now like people are finding more evidence of spillovers because like you're just having better and better data and methodology to be able to detect them. I think including work by Isabella and others. And again, people have been really creative using lots of different data sets to highlight these spillovers. The other thing that when you look at this literature you find is that there's quite a bit of focus on how FDI affects wage inequality in lower income countries among the employed, but there's actually less focus on kind of formal job creation in this lower income costs. And that I was actually really surprised about, in part because this literature has been very, like the FDI and wage inequality literature has been very large. There's also a very large literature in high income parent countries like United States and others that examines how do multinational activities of like US parents or EU parents affect employment in a country like United States. And this continues to be quite quite active literature. But when you look at like multinationals and job creation in lower income country settings, and I'm actually kind of stretching here for for example, Taos and Berzina actually is using, I think, like very similar type of data that like the first paper today did, where they're looking actually FDI arrivals due to like discovery of a mine or like some natural resource, and then they check how that's affecting employment creation in that area in both like in formal sector and informal. York and Paulson is also like a very recent paper that kind of noted the fact that like, yeah, a lot of the literature focuses on wage inequality, but in these countries, like having access to a kind of stable formal job is actually quite important. They were looking at how expansion of high-speed cable in sub-Saharan Africa is affecting this sort of job formation. I don't think they really look at multinationals, but like our paper, or like the paper I'm going to talk about later is in the spirit of that. And then there are some more recent papers that look at that also are looking at kind of the consequences of multinationals on job creation, including like what I'm actually really excited, this paper by Alvarez et al. That actually is using quantitative model to kind of examine how multinationals in Japan are shifting, undergoing a structural transformation, but they're moving to more towards services domestically, but then outsourcing some of the jobs to places like China. So I think there's a lot of like interesting stuff that one could be doing here. For all those like what's actually interesting is that given that the lack of there's a lot of evidence that domestic private firms in lower income countries have difficult time expanding. It could be that foreign affiliates could be actually a potentially important source of job creation through entry and expansion. However, that's not guaranteed, right? Like it's going to depend very much on like what type of FDI is coming into a country and for example, there's work by Maggie and Adam that shows that oftentimes FDI does not necessarily bring jobs because it's more capital intensive. On top of that, I want to kind of bring in like what's the role of trade policy here? I just talked about FDI. Because of Trump trade war and because of Brexit, there's a renewed interest with how trade policy changes are affecting foreign direct investment and supply chains. And again, this is actually a really old literature. It started off with kind of tariff jumping bonus for horizontal FDI. So like if Japan imposes, if US imposes high tariffs or VARs on Japanese cars, well, Japanese automakers are just going to move their production to the United States to avoid that. So there's some of that, and some of that was highlighted kind of more broadly in kind of really cool paper by Leo Brainerd. She actually used to be a trade economist before she was, the vice president of the Fed, the board. There's an old literature there, but most of the recent literature has really kind of focused on how do these recent tariffs affect sourcing of intermediates across countries. There's a lot of focus on that. And then, but people are also focusing on the fact that more and more, some host countries are becoming sites for export-oriented production. And there, there we have like work by Tintonot and Veneto, Densky, and Ramondo. Okay. Okay. So the main thing that I'm going to be focusing on today is talking about, is there a role for trade policy to influence job creation in host country via FDI? Okay. I'm going to do this, I'm going to focus like for most of my talk on the on just like an example that I've worked on recently with Brian and Juan Fong. And we're going to be focusing on basically long run effects of this large scale trade policy reform that happened in Vietnam on kind of firm entry, exit, and employment in Vietnam, which at the time of this trade policy change was a low income country. The reason why we keep coming back to this example is that, Vietnam experienced a really sizable decline in variable cost of accessing a large export market, which was the United States, with the signing of the US-Vietnam bilateral trade agreement in 2001. So, I'll give you more details on this later, but just to give you a sense of like how large the tariff reductions were in manufacturing, on average, the tariffs dropped from 32% to about 3%. And you can see that, prior to the signing of the trade agreement, Vietnam and United States virtually did not trade much with each other. These are Vietnam's exports to the United States, but basically exports of Vietnam to the United States started climbing pretty drastically thereafter. So what are we gonna do? Well, we will basically rely on we're going to rely on kind of firm level data to examine the role of foreign affiliates and as well as other firms in generating employment in response to these tariff cuts. And the reason why we are interested in this question is that during this time period, so from 99 to 2017, the formal manufacturing employment in Vietnam grew almost fivefold. And this is a period where Vietnam is just growing, by 7-8% annually. The economy is booming. Okay. And what we're going to try to understand is, how much did this trade policy change contribute to this formal manufacturing expansion via different types of firms. In our earlier work, Brian and I have shown that these tariff reductions were associated with movements of workers from informal to formal sector, but like we looked at like much shorter time period using household level data. And the advantage of the data was that we observed both informal and formal workers. The downside of that, however, what we were finding there is like, it was not that like these workers were moving to the formal sector because informal firms were formalizing. It was more likely that workers were actually moving to a firm in the formal sector or directly entering the formal sector. So the question was, well, where did these jobs come from in the formal sector? And that's what we are exploring here. We're not going to be like, we often get asked questions like, why are you not looking by like, like how this is affected by the level of productivity of the firms? The reason why we are not doing this is for two reasons. First of all, yes, foreign affiliates, tend to on average be more productive, not always than domestic firms, but they are also different from domestic firms in many, many other ways. Like in the models, we like to focus on one characteristic, but if we actually go back to kind of the Antras Equal survey, they actually say foreign, if we look at, it's true that like recently we started modeling foreign affiliates as basically kind of melons varieties with different productivities, right? But kind of if we go back to older literature, the reason why you have multinationals is because they have access to non-tangible special assets that you're trying to protect and are not transferable outside of your affiliates in the parent company. And and I think that gives foreign affiliates access to global supply chains that other firms might not have. It might give them access to financing. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to say, well, if you're a foreign affiliate, you're going to have access to all these things that like as a domestic firm you might not have. Okay, so and, one of them might be like you're more productive. The other thing we're going to distinguish is that we're going to have among domestic firms, we're going to distinguish between private domestic firms and state-owned enterprises. And the reason for that is sure I understand. My watch really has a lot of attitude today. There we're going to do that because there's like more and more literature that suggests that, basically when you have politically connected firms, they they have access to resources, including, for example, like loans and stuff that helps them survive even if they are not as productive. So that's why, again, we're not going to be checking how productive these firms are vis-a-vis, but just like putting them into the three buckets to see, how do these three types of firms where literature is suggesting, they could be potentially differentially affected. How do they respond to this trade agreement? Okay, so that's one thing we're going to do. The other thing that's nice about the setup is that we actually have information about where foreign investment is coming from. Okay. And so we're going to be looking at how foreign affiliates from different source countries are responding to lower tariffs in Vietnam of accessing United States market. Okay, and we're going to be looking at foreign affiliate entry as well as post-entry employment growth. So oftentimes when people observe FDI, basically they're like FDI is already there. And people are kind of mostly looking at they're oftentimes looking at kind of just adjustments on the intensive margins in response to trade policy. There's a recent work by Keithhead and Meyer that does that. But what we can do here is we actually look at actual firm entry because we are starting off our data starts so early on. So basically, we have here an opportunity to basically kind of see, not from the right at the beginning, but how the how formal manufacturing sector in Vietnam has evolved, from really early start, and what was the role of trade policy in that. And the other thing that from if you're more like a multinationals person, we do bring perspective to that literature because we're going to be observing FDI from many source countries in one location of production and kind of large trade policy change in accessing a key export market. Because a lot of the recent FDI literature focuses, for example, uses US FDI data, multinational data, or data from, let's say, France, and then kind of looks at how affiliates from one particular country are accessing that. We are looking at one host country and affiliates from lots, a lot of them, and you'll see that that will actually be important for some of our results. The other thing that we're going to do, yeah.
One clarification. So usually when there are tariff cuts or trade agreements, there is also a section in which they say we're going to facilitate investment between the two countries. And
yeah, can you delay that for a second? I'll get to that. Yeah. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the longer term impact of trade policy. So the nice thing here is basically this trade policy happened in 1 year, right kind of immediately in December of 2001. And then we're going to basically look at how this one-time policy change, what were its cumulative effect over 18 years. And this might be of interest because long-term responses could differ from shorter ones because of the delayed adjustment of capital or labor or lumpy investment, or if you face different frictions. The other thing why this is interesting is that work by Harrison and Sparsa kind of brings up this idea that multinationals tend to be more footloose than other firms. There are other opportunities presenting somewhere else, they can pull out of the country. We can actually examine are these trade, are these effects of trade policy potentially short-lived, or are they kind of long-lived? We can do that. And then the other thing that we can do is we can examine also kind of the firm growth after entry. And and the third the thing that I want to show here is there's actually a lot of entry and employment growth in the formal sector in Vietnam. So this graph basically shows you our raw data from 99 to 2017, and this shows the number of employment in manufacturing firms, how much it has grown in formal manufacturing. You see that state sector started off accounting for about actually almost 50% of formal manufacturing at the beginning of our sample, but it's declining in absolute numbers. And then private manufacturing, private domestic firms are actually also growing in absolute value, but not as fast as FDI. And what we're going to be looking at is like, well, how much does trade policy contribute to these? Okay. So I'm gonna address your question here. Is like, what I'm gonna briefly do is give you a quick summary of U.S.-Vietnam bilateral trade agreement. This trade agreement took place in December of 2001. It was kind of immediate, but it was basically a result of the fact that in '96, United States under President Clinton decided to normalize trading relationships with Vietnam because Vietnam was under sanctions due to the Vietnam War prior to that. And by 2000, but however, the tariffs on Vietnam, because it was a non-market economy, were still very high. They were basically the Smoot-Hawley column 2 tariffs, which on average, as I mentioned, like in manufacturing, were about 32%. What this trade agreement did, it basically, like the main policy change was basically U.S. reductions on tariffs on Vietnamese exports, because basically the trade agreement moved Vietnam from one pre-existing tariff schedule to another one. So there were no negotiations about particular tariff lines. And, as I mentioned, this was pretty large reduction. On the other hand, Vietnam already applied most favored nation tariffs on U.S. exports prior to that. So this really was kind of like, a demand shock, opening up of an export market. Going back to your question, actually, I'll come back to it in a second. You see that this tariff changes actually vary quite a bit across industries. These are 2-level-digit industries, so we can kind of put them on one graph. You see that they actually they are sorted by the largest employers to the smallest, and you see they vary quite a bit and are not correlated with initial industry size. We do a lot in addition to basically just kind of using the fact that this was basically just a movement from one pre-existing tariff schedule to another. So it was not driven by endogenous industry lobbying. We've also done quite a bit of work showing that these tariff cuts are also not spuriously correlated with kind of pre-BTA industry characteristics, kind of the 3 or 4 digit level, where we such as like employment size, ownership, employment shares, so that like basically even if like politically these tariff changes are not endogenous, it seems like they're also not spuriously correlated. And I'll show you a more result there. Right now, really addressing your question is what did this trade agreement do to FDI? So interestingly, most of FDI in manufacturing was not coming from United States. So, but United States was actually not that, like in the agreement, not that interested in like FDI, manufacturing FDI, because in part FDI in manufacturing was already fairly open since 1996 laws implemented that, and basically the vast majority of manufacturing industry, the section of few, basically were pretty like you had to get a license to open a firm, but it was actually pretty non-burdensome. In 2000, independent of this trade agreement, they further reduced the process of obtaining this license, and that was not kind of industry specific. We actually looked at they have like special surveys, provincial index surveys about like how easy it is to open a firm. We actually found that like it did it like the 2000 changes didn't actually really affect like how quickly you got those licenses. So the main like so basically and actually like probably the best evidence that FDI was actually already fairly open in manufacturing during that time was that like I think 70% of employment in manufacturing in FDI firms was in wholly owned multinational enterprises. So really the big restrictions on FDI that the US cared about were more in services. And basically the agreement gave Vietnam provided commitment that it would open up FDI in services to US, but then like with WTO entry in 2007 to like everybody in that, but like with manufacturing, like it was actually already fairly open. So I'm not sure does that answer your question. Yeah. So just to give you a sense of where FDI comes from, this actually kind of surprised us. So what this graph shows is from 99 onwards, this is from our data, employment share of FDI manufacturing. And you see that the main countries main sources are East Asian countries. They make up about 80% of employment in FDI firms. And this is Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. They are the biggest one. United States, which is in red, you see like accounts for less than like 2% of FDI throughout this period, which was really surprising. The other thing that I want to mention here is China, until like toward the end of our period, really does not play much of a role. Like, so like Chinese FDI really kind of starts entering more kind of like in 2010. Okay. So any other questions kind of about institutions? Okay. So that, we're going to rely a lot on kind of these institutional characteristics of the trade agreement for identification. So let me, spend a little bit of time thinking about how we should, what sort of implications, what are suggestions from the theory about like how firms, these three different types of firms should react. As I mentioned, like, people have recently modeled, FDI firms as well as like firms in general, as, with the Melitz framework, where you have firms within an industry different how productive they are, like how high is their marginal cost. So if you have a decline in variable trade costs in terms of accessing an export market, because usually you have to pay a fixed cost of exporting, it's only going to be the more productive or like lower marginal cost firms that are going to be able to take advantage of this new exporting opportunity, because they actually are profitable enough to pay this fixed cost. So you're going to expect expansion of most productive incumbent firms and contraction and exit of least productive firms. So you're going to be shifting market or employment share to incumbents due to this selection. In our setting, there are two additional complications. So one of them is that we have multinationals, and kind of recent work by Tintonot and Stefania and co-authors that also kind of relies on the kind of Melitz style model, but like puts in additional whistles. They basically show is that like with lower, when you have lower export costs to United States from Vietnam, that's going to make Vietnam a more attractive place as an export platform. And so basically, Vietnam should be starting to get used as export platform. Stefania's paper is actually the only one that actually kind of looks at the extensive like entry margin of firms. Tintonot like basically just looks at the intensive margin of sales. Okay. And as I mentioned before, foreign multinationals, like, if you kind of go away from the Melitz style model, are also going to have access to these special assets that are going to make them even more likely to potentially succeed. And as I mentioned in the introduction, when we have state firms, there are a lot of recent theory models that highlight that, even when you have trade liberalization, that trade liberalization might not necessarily induce resources reallocation to more and more productive firms if we have political connections. So, basically, we're going to be kind of taking a look at like how do these trade type of firms react due to this trade policy change, because it's actually kind of from the theory perspective, it's not, it could go either way depending on which of these forces is stronger. Okay. So in terms of the data, we're going to be using annual enterprise census data that covers employment from 99 to 2017 and covers all business firms that are registered as enterprise. So who has to register? If you're a foreign or state-owned firm, you have to register. And if you're a private domestic firm, you have to register. Your rules change a little bit like early on, but basically you have to register if you have more than 10 workers. But we actually observe a lot of firms registering even below this cutoff. We spend a lot of time putting together the panel with unique firm IDs. We have a long appendix on that. And through that, we can actually kind of track entrants, exiters, and continuing firms. We used ownership data to put all the firms into these three buckets. That was actually like much easier to do than we expected, because in part because like once we started looking at the data, we realized a lot of them are fully owned, and there were not that many joint venture. But if you were a joint venture, you counted as foreign if you had more than 50% ownership. But overall, we have a little bit over 180,000 unique firms across about like 130 four-digit industries that we're going to be using in our analysis, spanning a long time period. We're going to use trade data from UN Comtrade. People often ask us, why don't you use customs level data? You cannot obtain a legal copy of customs data. And I'm very glad that AER now actually has policy stuff about how you obtain data. I mean, like, there are things to walk around, but we would love to have customs level data. You just can't obtain it. Like, we're still trying to do that. And then one thing that I want to mention before I go kind of to the empirical strategy is that we have a lot of entry and exit during this time period. 96% of firms that were operating in 2017, so at the end of our sample, were not there in 2000. A lot of that is like private domestic firms, and in private domestic firms, there's a lot of entry and then subsequent exit. But there's also a lot of entry with the foreign firms, which don't actually tend to exit. So I think of like I think 92%, I'm going to get the number a little bit wrong, of foreign firms that were there in 2017 were not there in 2000, but a lot of them just kind of stick around. Okay, so that's why I think looking at entry is actually quite important from raw data. So let me talk briefly about our research design and show you some results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first focus on showing you that this trade agreement had first order effects on trade flows in places where it should and not in places where it shouldn't, also to give you some falsification checks. And then I'm going to move to show you what has happened at the, in terms of like entry and number of firms, entry and production. Okay, and employment. So, but the basic regression we're going to be running is we're going to be basically regressing, outcome of interest, such as, employment or trade flow in industry J at time T, on this like one-time change in trade policy in industry J. And you're going to see here, we have basically, so we're actually going to use an actual trade policy change there, but we're going to allow the coefficient on the trade policy to vary by time. And it's going to, all the effects are going to be measured relative to our 2000 baseline year. So, this policy is not changing. We're just kind of looking at how the effects are accumulating over time. So just keep that in mind. Then we're going to have industry fixed effect, time fixed effect, and a whole bunch of industry time controls. The key identification issue here is that basically these BTA tariff cuts have to be uncorrelated with other unobserved time-varying industry level factors. I've already given you some information that is likely to be the case because of institutional details of the agreement, but let me give you some more information on that to convince you. So the first thing we do is we basically kind of show the first order effects of the BTA tariff cuts on US imports from Vietnam, and I'm going to be showing you a lot of this graph. So let me just explain it. So this is, this is the line where the trade agreement is signed, 2001. And then here's the timeline. So and basically each of these dots corresponds to the coefficient, beta t for the year that's denoted here. So this would be like 2004 coefficient measured relative to the baseline to the baseline in 2000. And then I have confidence intervals there. So what you see here is that industries with larger tariff cuts observed like pretty quick increases in larger increases in exports to United States that kind of grew for the first 8 to 10 years and then stabilized. But there was not pre-existing trend. So that kind of provides further support about kind of the exogeneity of this trade agreement. The other thing that we did, and we did this actually in response to Isabella's comments, is we basically, people always worry about, do controls affect our results? The answer is estimates change a little bit, but not much. They are not affected by how much we aggregate or disaggregate industry that much. And also, people, you might worry that things like footwear and apparel might be driving our results because they are large industries. Those are also industries that were temporarily had some quotas imposed by the United States. If we exclude any of one of those industries, our coefficients don't actually change that much. But the two things that I want to show you here is
you might still worry that, maybe what all that we are picking up is that, maybe the demand for Vietnamese products in rich countries, like such as United States, is growing at the same time of the agreement in exactly the same way that tariff changes are changing. Well, then what we would think is that basically you would find very similar responses in US and EU, another rich country market. But you see that, the results, the graphs look very different, especially like in the immediate aftermath. And the other thing you might worry is that, given that a lot of FDI is coming from East Asia, that, there would also, that we would be observing growth there as well. But we see that before or after trade agreement, there's not much of an effect there. I'll come back to this growth like after like 10 years later. We're finding some scale effects that eventually grow over time. Okay.
It makes sense that in the long run, you're going to explore also to other destinations.
Yeah.
As you accumulate knowledge,
Yeah.
and fixed costs.
Yeah, and I think actually that's kind of part of the story.
We
Yeah.
hope,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
that,
yeah. Yeah, no. So, but like in immediate, like I'm actually pretty convinced that like, there's not much there. Okay, so that's about trade agreement. I've shown you that had quickly affected trade flows. And I just want to remind you, oftentimes when people do structural transformation or the effects of trade, like on things in trade, they mostly focus on trade flows because, trade, like especially when you do these multi-country models, trade flows are really, especially like within trade, like not market development people, and within trade, like people just rely on exports a lot, like in trade flows. There's only so much you can learn about, and you have to rely on a lot of assumptions about like who is exporting, how representative that is among firms. So, now I'm going to be just showing you production data. Okay. So what I'm going to do, before I start showing you this data, what I want to show you is that like we've actually, if you look at kind of just industry level outcomes, like in terms of number of firms, employment, and revenue, you actually find exactly what kind of neoclassical trade theory would suggest. Industries with bigger tariff cuts, expanded number of firms, employment, and revenue more. Okay, but what I'm going to show you more in the presentation, I'm going to really focus more on how the impact of this trade agreement varied by firm ownership. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically estimate the equation that I've shown you before, but separately ownership by ownership. So for foreign SOEs and private firms, which is basically the same as like, estimating all in one equation, but including all the ownership interactions and bazillion other fixed effects and so on. Okay. So what do we find here? So here we have FDI firm results, SOEs, and private domestic firms. And the dependent variable here is log number of firms. So what you find here is that in industries with larger tariff cuts, you observe expansion of number of firms of foreign firms. And you see that again, the effect accumulates about like, 8 to 10 years after the agreement and then kind of stabilizes. Okay. So their number of foreign firms grows. You also see the same, but a little bit noisier, like for private domestic firms. So there's in industries with bigger tariff cuts, there's expansion of number of private domestic firms, but then that effect again kind of stabilizes. Whereas with SOEs, you actually like keep in mind the picture I showed you at the beginning. SOEs are declining, okay, but you see that their number of firms is, this is noisy and it's very small, but like it's declining a little bit less in industries with bigger tariff cuts. So it seems like there's a little bit of like stalled decline there. Okay. So you already see that there are some differences across this type of firms. So what do we do now is, well, a lot of that is driven by actually substantial firm entry response by foreign firms and private domestic firms. So here I'm showing like the dependent variable here is number of firms that enter in a particular up to a particular year, and this is for overall in an industry. These are FDI firms that enter, like for FDI entry and private domestic entry. I'm actually not showing you results for SOE because SOE entry is so rare. Like you just get noise. Like you don't have enough power to do anything. But I'll come back to it later. And so you basically see that in industries with bigger tariff cuts, entry increased. But this mostly happened because of the effects were more pronounced for foreign firms, but also for private domestic firms. So you see that there is more entry in response to this trade agreement. But what's interesting is that when you can then look at like what's happening to employment growth, you actually find that in industries with larger tariff cuts, there's increase in employment in foreign firms. Again, it kind of stabilizes, 8 to 10 years out. There's actually there's some increase, but not much less pronounced in much more noisy in private domestic firms. And then in SOEs, you see that again, employment is declining. Again, it's noisy, but like less so in industries with bigger tariff cuts. So here you're really seeing that while private domestic firms are entering, as are foreign firms, these tariff cuts are really not contributing much to employment growth in private domestic firms. They're contributing much more to the private employment growth in foreign firms. Yeah.
Kind of consequence is like average firm size is going down among private firms.
If what?
Average firm size of private firms kind of going down then.
Well, there's also
firms are becoming smaller on average.
They I think in the raw data, Brian, I think over time they are becoming smaller, but some of it is also some of it is it could be due to
there are more firms employment grows very little, so
and the ones that are entering are not then subsequently growing, right? And might be and there's just not much stuff. I'll show you later. There's actually really not as much subsequent growth after they enter. Yeah.
And how should we think about it?
Well, so this is an interesting question, right? I think we can't say too much about it. In terms of in our data, but I think it's actually very consistent with, if you go back to the framework that we have, that I kind of highlighted before, is that private domestic firms, maybe some of them have actually really good ideas, but especially in a kind of distorted economy like Vietnam, they might not have access to finance, right? Or they might not get the land deal that an SOE gets, right? So that could be we don't have good data to take a look at that, but it is actually consistent with little employment growth of private domestic firms in large development literature that kind of looks at either RCTs or kind of observational studies where they can target a particular input through which a firm could grow, either kind of reduction in constraints, financial constraints, or subsidies to labor, or or subsidized inputs and so on. All we can say is that that seems to be consistent here. Also, it seems that the politically connected firms, SOEs, they are declining, but less so in the industry. It seems less so in the industries with bigger tariff cuts. So they seem to be holding on. And the FDI firms, which kind of enter with a lot of these advantages that might even overcome the advantages that SOEs have in the Vietnamese market in terms of capital, access to capital, do seem to actually do quite well. Was that?
Do you know anything about outputs? Because could it be that it actually increased the productivity of the private firm, or they become more capital intensive?
Yeah, so we don't on year-to-year basis, we have good information on employment. We have for some years we have information on investment on capital, but it's not great. And I would say I actually everybody going back to the intro, everybody wants to know productivity and spillovers. I'm actually going to be unapologetic here. We need to care about employment in transitions during structural transformation. Those are all very interesting questions.
And not as much in employment. Could be interpreted as a good sign. Maybe they become more productive.
Yeah.
And or they adopt more capital so that then because they might have to be very competitive to stay alive in the small private firm business, whereas foreign firm may be much bigger. So it could be a good news. They didn't have as much increase in employment. That's what I'm trying.
So what we observe is we actually observe that revenue. So again, measuring TFP, especially with foreign firms, is actually really tricky, right? But what we observe is that if we just look at revenue increases more in industries with bigger tariff cuts for foreign firms. It basically doesn't change much for SOEs, and it actually goes kind of down, it's either smaller effect or kind of goes down for private domestic firms. Yeah.
No, so in a sense, the Melich framework would predict this heterogeneous effect by size. No, I think it's interesting to know whether this is optimal or is it the friction, right?
Yeah.
So if it's so the Melich model would predict that to the extent that there's size heterogeneity and these foreign firms are larger, trade should relocate market shares towards these larger firms. So this would be optimal. No, this could be optimal. then you can have a different view of the world, which is no, I mean, these firms are more constrained, and then actually some of them could be better than these multinationals, but these multinationals have access to capital.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to try to separate these two in the data to the extent you can. I mean, some thing you could do is to add an interaction of the initial productivity with the change in tariff cuts to know to what extent this is driven by these.
Yeah, I mean, we could, my bet, my bet is because like one thing we did do is like we actually like looked at like bigger and smaller entrants like in here, and we actually did not get much, like if I remember correctly, much of the distinction.
But in terms of initial productivity, I mean, even if it's like just value added per worker or
my bet is like we're not, but like when we looked at like size, like we didn't get much of a different effect. So that would be my bet. But I actually do want to emphasize is like we really don't have that many opportunities to look at like how employment, like, if you ask like, if you ask a development economist or even, with structural transformation, how do people get out of poverty is getting like,
The outcome is the right one. It's more about understanding the mechanism.
I agree.
Is an optimal assignment of employment or not? That's kind of a question that would be interesting.
And I think like in this particular case, like I think it's like we could do it for certain years. But like I honestly, I think with private domestic firms, I think they're just, there's a lot of noise there too. Okay.
So also on employment, so it would be very interesting to know where these employment gains are coming from. Is it because unemployed people now are working, or is it because people are like more encouraged to participate in the labor market, or it's just simply a relocation from one firm to the other? Unemployed.
Yeah. I would like this is actually kind of related to like kind of what's currently happening. Like, did you have a question that was like related to that?
It's very related.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was wondering about two things. One is that I think it would be very interesting to see the same graph, but for the industries that supplies the trade liberalized industry. So in other words, I could imagine a scenario where there's not going to be a lot of, at least initially, FDI entry and growth in employment on tier one suppliers industry, but there could be entry of domestic firms in those industries. You see, because
so like we're doing input, basically we focus on this because it's such a clear trade policy change, right? Like for the export market, really, one could take a look. One could take a look at that. Yeah. Is you have a related question also, like because I want to make sure I respond to.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so you were. Where is employment coming from? So this is actually kind of related to kind of the discussions about kind of rapid, like a lot of like young people in African economies, because in Vietnam, and I'm going to talk about this at the end, is like this is a time where basically Vietnam is having a lot of young people who are getting absorbed into this, and like some people are starting, like we have like this kind of descriptive paper in AA papers and proceedings where you see that people start off there are some people who start off in informal sector and then basically move to a formal sector, or like you enter directly into the formal sector. Unemployment was actually not an issue. It's more that are you entering directly into the formal sector, or you're coming from like either agriculture or informal. And kind of when we did the decomposition in our AR paper, like half of it was moving from agriculture to kind of more formal manufacturing, and the other half, I think if I can remember the numbers right, like it was like moving within an industry, but whatever like broader industries in here. Okay. So basically, what you see here is you see that actually like FDI firms are actually benefiting by more. What we're gonna do next is we want to kind of, given that we've shown is that firm types matter, and basically we have quite a bit of entry. We want to actually kind of see how is employment share. Like so far, I'm showing you guys just kind of absolute changes. I'm gonna now basically look at employment shares by firm type and by firm status, meaning entrant, exiter, and incumbent within industries, and check how this is all kind of changing relatively. So what we're going to be doing here, and this is just kind of, it's almost like an accounting exercise that summarizes everything I've shown you here in one picture. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be basically we're going to look at employment share change in industry J by ownership of firm 0, and ownership is always tied like the first time you observe the firm. By status, like continuing entrant exit at time t, And we're going to be looking at it, so that's how we define it, like, relative to 2000. And then all the firms are going to be continuers, exiters, and entrants relative to 2000. And then for each combination of ownership, status, and time, we're going to be estimating, we're going to estimate this equation. So we're going to be running a lot of equations of the change of this employment share on the change in tariffs. But you're going to see here, we're going to allowing now this coefficient not just vary by time as we did before and by ownership type as we did before, but also by the status. And this is how we can also kind of get in, like, for example, in SOEs, entry and exit is not that often, but like here we can kind of take it into account. And again, I'm going to be showing you the coefficients. Those coefficients. And I'm going to start off just where we allow the responses to vary by firm ownership. So state in red, private in green, and foreign in blue. And you see here, like actually I forgot to mention that here with firm level data, we have very little pre-period, like we only have 99, but you see that there are no effects, and that was the same before. In the paper, we actually like use more aggregate industry level data to kind of rule out, like even here, like we already did it for trade flows, but like even on the industry level data, the pre-trends. But what you see here is that in industries with bigger tariff cuts, you see that the FDI firms are gaining employment share. SOEs, remember, SOEs are declining overall, but so the positive coefficient here suggests they are declining by less in industry in terms of employment share in industry with bigger tariff cuts. And then you see that private firms are, this has to add up to 0. So somebody has to decline. You see that the relative position of private domestic firms is going down. It's not that they are declining in absolute value, but relative to SOEs and private domestic firms there, and foreign firms there. Okay, now let me show you what happens to foreign firms. So we basically now, disaggregate this blue line into foreign entrants, exiters, and continuers. And you see that, it's really like the tariff declines are associated with particularly large increases in employment shares in foreign entrants. Again, the effects kind of stabilize after about 10 years. You see that exiters, basically there's not much exit, but over time, like, they're losing employment share a little bit, which is kind of what one would expect if market forces are right. And you see that continuers are also losing their market share. So really, a lot of the expansion is driven by foreign entrants. To what we do here is that basically we take the last coefficient from 2017 here. Yeah, we have a coefficient.
Yeah, just like clarification. So if I understand correctly, the continuous coefficient captures both the fact that they may enter large, and sorry, the entrance of the continuous,
they were large,
or that maybe they enter small and they grow a lot. Have you done that decomposition as well?
So
it can be that you have like a big point estimate there, either if there is a lot of entry of very large firms, or
yes,
if they enter very small, but then they have like a big.
Wait for it's gonna half. I'm gonna show you that in a second. Yeah. So basically what you're going to see here is like, basically if I take these coefficients, and I'll get back to your Tommaso's point, I'll show you those. Like we take these and plot them in this figure. So basically what this does is basically decomposes how did employment change, shares change in response to tariff cuts by foreign, state, and private. I didn't show you, this is just summary of the results I didn't show you so far. And then continuer, entry, and exit. And what you see here is that, foreign firms are gaining, and they're largely gaining because of entry. Okay, you see that continuers are actually losing employment share in relative terms and exit as you would expect. You see that private firms, again, are losing employment share in industries with bigger tariff cuts. This in part happens because of declining employment share of continuers. These are noisy, but you see that like on all these 3 dimensions, privates are in relative terms losing. Whereas what's interesting, state firms, you see that, remember, they're declining overall, but less so in industries with bigger tariff cuts. And what's interesting is that, you see that like exit actually has the opposite coefficient of what we would expect, right? And with continuers, like they're the only ones that have a positive coefficient. Again, things are noisy, but it seems that, with less entry and exit, state firms seem to be stalling kind of reallocation in most exposed industries. Okay, but like it's really like the reallocations and expansion we are observing, it's really driven by foreign firms. So what we want to do next is kind of look at this entry of foreign firms and see how much this is due to initial entrance size versus subsequent growth. So your questions. So let me just first show you some raw data. So what we do here is let's just focus on foreign firms that enter in 2001, but like we get, you know, related pictures if we look at the entry cohorts in other years. So what we plot here is we basically look at their initial employment at entry, and then basically the blue line shows the initial employment of foreign entrants from 2001 that survived till 2003, all the way to, you know, and then some that survived to 2017. And then this is contemporaneous employment of those entrants that survive. And as I mentioned, there's not that much exit of foreign firms. You also see there's just not too much selection. They're kind of consistent with that. And what you see is that these firms enter, you know, large, like on average, they have 170, 180 employers, I think. But you see that there's a lot of subsequent employment growth by the order of 4, which was actually, we were kind of surprised. And if we do this for, you know, if we compare this to private entrants and state entrants, all we're going to be doing here is we are basically normalizing everything at once. We are basically looking at like growth post-entry for FDI firms, which I've shown you here. And then we're going to just look at growth post-entry for private survivors and FDIs. You see that there's much less post-entry growth in those firms. And like with SOEs, like you know, it's like it actually kind of goes down. They enter like really large and then they actually drop. So definitely against kind of consistent with like Sheehan Clino pictures that they show. So what do we do here is we basically rerun the regressions for entrants before into, you know, what's the effect of their declines on entry of employment of multinational entrants due to initially large initial size versus subsequent growth. And you see that initially the initial entry size explains the majority of the effects, but like again, after 2009, it's really kind of this post-entry growth that dominates. So by the end of our sample, it's about half-half. Does that answer your question?
Yes. I can postpone. There is going to be a discussion. This is only clarifying. It's the same.
Clarifying is okay. Yeah.
No, I guess like
defer to Nina.
Because you normalize everything, right? So it would be super interesting also to know whether the private firms that enter are smaller than the incumbent. Because somehow I have in mind like in this view of the world where there's a lot of private entering, but they're not exporting, they're just serving the local market that the FDI firms do not serve anymore.
Yeah, and I'll get back to that, but like just to give you like the underlying pictures, this is private entrants. You see that on average they enter smaller. Okay, over time also the entry size kind of goes down, like kind of going back. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to actually. I'm too eager of a pointer. Like going back to like your average size decreasing comment. But like even so, you see that basically there's not that much post-entry growth, perhaps because they're not exporting. But even like we said, like, well, maybe this is only happening because, you know, this is smaller private entrants. Like, so basically say like, well, do we still get like little entry growth for like, you know, private domestic firms that enter with 50 or more people? And like actually in 2001 cohort, we actually have quite a few of those, and we've actually checked those are true entrants. You see that even there's not that much post-entry growth. So kind of going back, you're like, I paid you to ask those questions. so basically, the kind of, you know, what can be explaining these results? And I think what's happening here is that, you know, before bilateral trade agreement, Vietnam was open to multinational, to manufacturing FDI. You know, so there was definitely multinational FDI in it. But if you wanted to, like, if you were actually a multinational that wanted to export to United States, you were actually facing very high tariffs. And, you know, basically you had on average, we're facing tariffs like of 31% relative to like if you were producing this like in Taiwan or South Korea or somewhere else of like 3%. So, you know, if you were thinking, so basically as a result of that, Vietnam was really not as attractive of a location, despite the fact that it had fairly low wages, right? But then when you actually reduce tariffs to the main destination, firms that want to export to the United States and other destinations are going to be more likely to be able to pay the fixed cost of sending, you know, opening another plant, because most of this FDI is greenfield in Vietnam, because they're going to be covering their variable costs with, they're more likely to be able to cover variable costs. And consistent with that, we would then, you know, we would expect that we would observe responses of FDI entry and employment, more so for exporting, for FDIs that export versus those that do not. And you basically see that we don't actually have information on export status, and this is exports everywhere, not just to the United States. You see that that the non-exporters actually don't really observe responses in employment in response to tariff cuts, where it's all driven by it's all driven by exporters as opposed to non-exporters. And then we also find that, like, when we go back to, if we do the graphs that I've shown you before for exporters versus non-exporters, you see that, like, most of the post entry growth is in exporters. So we think that this is kind of connected to exporting. We have a lot more analysis of that in the paper. The other thing that's actually, like, really interesting is that U.S. exports are actually driven by foreign firms not affiliated with U.S. multinationals. So basically, one thing that we do is we basically check how much of this FDI entry employment response is driven by non-U.S. multinationals versus U.S. multinationals. You see, it's really when we kind of separate the graph that I've shown you before by non-U.S. versus U.S. multinationals, it's all by non-U.S. ones. And then when we look at the related party trade for, so this is just exports to the United States. What's actually interesting, again, that's a related party trade is trade between Vietnam and U.S. By firms that are affiliated with U.S. multinationals. You see that their share is small at the beginning of our sample and also at the end. And what's interesting is, like, when we look at, like, what's the effect of BTA tariff cuts on Vietnamese exports to United States in related party trade, we see that we find the effects, but it's much noisier, and it doesn't kind of continue to grow the way it does for non-related party trade. So, what's interesting here is that it seems that it's really kind of the East Asian multinationals that are taking advantage of this opportunity. And I think this is actually very consistent with kind of recent work by Head and Meyer and Antras and Teresa and Felix, and there's a fourth co-author, that basically shows that, like, when foreign affiliates from geographically closer countries with existing regional supply chains are better positions to respond to tariff cuts. Like, we are very much finding that effect. And what we are also showing here, like, if we just use, like, U.S. data, because this is a U.S. Vietnam trade agreement, we would actually kind of miss most of the action in this particular case. But what we are showing here is that in the case of Vietnam, that had, like, basically non-existing or very little formal manufacturing sector, like, this trade agreement actually induced foreign affiliate entry, as opposed to, like, what people have shown before, like, kind of adjustments on the intensive margins in this production allocation effects kind of manufacturing wide. So, like, and our results are consistent with studies that have looked at, like, particular industries like automobiles, or forget if it's washer or dryers is one of those two in Flan, Horacio, and Tuntunov. And then the final thing that I want to show you here is that while initial export growth is to the United States, over time, you see that we actually get this kind of scale effects where Vietnam is then really kind of picking up to also start exporting industries with bigger U.S. tariff cuts to other destinations, and that's kind of consistent with kind of scale effects of exporting. So let me kind of quickly conclude. So what are the takeaways? Basically, we are focusing, I think this is, like, a very exciting area of research where there's a lot to do. Like, in our paper, we are focusing on a very particular slice of global value chains, like a lower income country host facing tariff decline and reaching a large export market. But I think it's, like, an interesting case study from the perspective of kind of structural transformation. And what we are finding is that, these tariff reductions were associate, like, entry matters, like, so basically we can explain entry directly into the formal sector of foreign and private domestic firms, but employment effects are really driven predominantly by foreign entrants, whereas we find lack of kind of private firm growth. And I agree with all of you. That's actually an interesting question why that's not happening. It's consistent with development literature. So the one thing that's interesting here is like, even in a setting where, the country is booming, there are new exporting opportunities, like private domestic firms, even in this you have comparative advantage in this industry. Your population is educated and young. They're still not able to take advantage of it. So that's like that's a puzzle, right? Like it's perhaps not puzzling that these firms can grow where there's no demand, but here there actually potentially was demand, right? It was also like we also find that like looking long term is important because at least in this particular case, it takes a while even for foreign firms to materialize employment growth in response to tariff cuts. But I want to emphasize context very much matters, and Vietnam has young population that's very well educated relative to its level of development, and very advantageous location. Like it really kind of benefited from being very close to these East Asian multinational networks. So like when we are thinking about like other settings, it's useful to think about like where do other countries fall in terms of like demographics, education, positioning relative to the multinational network level of development. So that's all. The final thing that I want to conclude, and I'm just going to be very, be very brief, is this is a large change in Vietnam in terms of like access to formal jobs. Like trade policy doesn't explain all of the growth that I've shown you, but you've seen like formal manufacturing has really expanded, and there is, and I think like one thing when we think about structural transformation, it's okay, we are focusing on firms and what's happening in employment, but then it's also interesting to see like, are there spillovers to kind of broader outcomes in the society, which over the long run might also like affect how country continues to develop and grow. And there is a existing literature in trade that looks at the effects of either trade policy or export-oriented industry expansion or FDI on schooling and child labor. And again, the effects kind of depending on like what margin, like on the mechanisms at work, but like, people definitely find effects there. And then there's like a smaller literature that looks at the marriage and childbirth, starting off with kind of a really nice paper in Bangladesh by Heath and Mobarak. But the bottom line is, if like, a lot of these jobs were actually given, like in Vietnam, were obtained by women, okay? And the question, I think yesterday we had this discussion, like in terms of like, how is this affecting kind of like broader decisions of women in these societies? And we can work with like former student and Brian, we're actually looking at the relationship between the arrival of these FDI jobs and key life decisions of young women in Vietnam, but relying on kind of variation in location and timing of arrival of FDI across Vietnam. And you see that like, there's actually quite a bit of variation. And, I don't want to take too much time, but basically what we are finding is that, women, like here's women ages, and then looking at the effects of this arrival of FDI jobs, a particular age, you see that like women that they're in areas where jobs are coming, like at age 18 and 19, you see that their like overall employment actually doesn't change that much, but they are much more likely to work in manufacturing and less likely to work in agriculture and also services. And basically they are delaying marriage and they're delaying being a mother. So again, this is like still work in progress. It's consistent with like, for example, what Mobarak and oh my God, I'm so horrible with names. Rachel, Heath, yeah, I can't remember her first name, but I have found, but like I think looking at these broader consequences, like it's also like an important component to think in mind. Again, not something that trade literature has done, but like there's a lot of related work with other shocks in the economic development and macro. And I think that's also, again, a good area. So yeah, so like for those younglings in the room, like this is a fun area to be. Like, trade has lots of different tools that, hopefully overlap with each other. Like each one of them has limitations and strengths. Definitely worth investing into good data. Sell your data when you invest in data as opposed to like just have it in the background. It's an important research contribution. Measure things well, and yeah, I hope lots more people enter this area because like, there's a lot of work to do. So thank you.
Really wonderful. I'll let you just field your own questions. I think should we collect questions?
Sure, yeah, why don't you, yeah, you've done such a great job, well.
Okay, so,
Okay, oh, thank you.
Who else? Martha? Okay, so Rachel first, then Martha.
Yeah, I have two sets of questions. First is, I'm curious, what is the objective of the SOE in Vietnam? Because like in the case of China in the 90s, there was a very clear objective to downsize. So the government just, slack job. So I don't know, what is in Vietnam. And the second question is, when we think about the overall structural transformation, is there also some way to look at what's the effect on the total size of manufacturing, like the overall manufacturing share, and then into other industries, rather than just the within manufacturing, what is the reallocation?
Yeah, so great questions. Like, so after the Moy reforms, which started happening in the late 80s, like the government definitely, they first gave people rights again to make decisions like in agriculture, like, you could have a private farm again, but they started downsizing SOEs. And the way it went is that early on, they basically downsized mostly kind of provincial and local government owned SOEs, and the central ones were kind of protected a little bit more. The nice thing about now our setup is that like we start off like our period, even though we don't like, ideally, I would like to see the whole thing of, what was happening there. But like when we start off, like SOEs are still 50% of the manufacturing formal employment, whereas like in other countries where people have looked at like China and stuff, it's like more like 20% and so on. So we had like at least example, I was hoping we would have more potential to kind of see how that happens. But what we're observing in our period is like, there's still some entry and exit, but like much less than in the private domestic firms. But I also think that like the ones that are keeping are getting much bigger. So they're getting this conglomerate. So it's very clear that like, while the overall objective was to downside, they're also protecting certain ones. So the ones that are remaining, I think they're more, they're being more strategic about those. Again, we don't have much information about like what the goals are there. I mean, I love the paper that we have on China that, the government was using SOEs to make sure that there was no unemployment. That was actually not an issue in Vietnam because there was so much, like as you saw, like there were other firms entering, and maybe because of that, like, in response to that entry, like maybe government was more willing to let the SOEs go, whereas in China there was like it was much more controlled. Going back to like your second question, I think Brian is actually going to be presenting a paper in the afternoon that kind of looks at kind of more broadly at manufacturing. And that you either need like kind of local labor market approach, or you need a quantitative model to take a look at it. Like we can't say anything about that here, yeah. But again, I think that the beauty of trade is that like we have all these different tools, and people are approaching that with different tools, and hopefully, we are learning something from the whole, yeah.
Yeah, so this is super interesting. I was wondering about welfare. So, you have all this new employment that is created. I was also wondering, do you have wages or a sense of what happens with wages? But then also, bringing the consumer side to this, since a lot of these foreign multinationals are producing to sell in the US, the consumers probably didn't get, access to these cheaper or, competitively produced goods. So I thought it would be nice to think about, your labor force is moving to work for these multinationals, but the profits are leaving and the goods are also leaving the country. So yeah, some kind of welfare trade-offs that would be super interesting.
Yeah, so great question. Again, like Brian's like earlier work, like in like his job market, and that's actually how I met Brian and when we started working together. Like he actually showed like in a shorter time period that these same trade agreement led to declines in poverty, and that this was like consumption-based measures of poverty. But in more so in like again, like it was like a relative measure, right? Like poverty was declining during this time period, but more so in areas, I think you were using provinces, right? That had like that were more exposed to this trade agreement. So it was actually like it was the first paper that kind of the local labor market approach, like with an export shock. And what he found there is that also like wages, especially of the less educated workers, were increasing. This was using household surveys where you have like good measure of wages. In our data, we have like average, we have like total wage bill, so it's not as good. In our follow-up work, when we were looking at like our people moving from informal to formal work, what we actually found there is that they are, and then in response to this trade agreement, and in a sense, but basically when you take, and this is happening more again in more provinces that are kind of more internationally integrated. And what that suggests is that, like, basically oftentimes we kind of look at like wages within like we know that, like, exporters tend to pay workers better, but like what this is suggesting, they also spill over to people that might not be directly involved in exporting per se, but they are in local labor markets that are benefiting from exporting. And when you were, when you actually moved to a formal job, you were much less likely to hold, like, it actually kind of changed like first of all, it kind of showed this general equilibrium of trade on local labor markets. It also showed that kind of your relationship with the labor market changed. Like, you were much less likely to hold multiple jobs. You had like more stable job, like you kind of were working more stable hours. I mean, these manufacturing jobs are not glamorous, right? But they are the jobs that are available there. In Vietnam, you're also more likely to receive benefits, but that might be due to its kind of communist status. I wish, I mean, I think like much better work on kind of like how much for people in FDI firms earn relative to others is like using kind of administrative data that they've been using for Costa Rica and so on, because like you can just do so much more with that. We don't have that. But that said, again, there's like a lot of exciting work that is, it's focusing just on employment kind of more in the formal sector, but figuring out, what are kind of like the wage benefits of working in these firms? And also, like, is there something that there's like really interesting work with like, Rocco's co-authors, like, what can firms do to be kind of more responsible sourcers, right, in these countries? And again, like the more detailed data we have, like the more we can do that, because it's pretty clear these firms have profits that they can choose. I assume they have monopoly power. They can choose how to invest them.
So thinking about this puzzle in which domestic private firms expanded relatively little and entered relatively little. So you have this situation in which out of the sudden there are a lot of export opportunities, but out of the sudden there are also very sophisticated competitors that compete with you not only in the product market, selling the same stuff, but also in the inputs market, labor market, they're competing for the same engineers or etc. So I was wondering, it would be interesting in a counterfactual world in which the government says, we're going to reduce the tariffs, but we're going to preclude foreign entry there. So would that be the case that also private firms would be unable to take advantage of those opportunities because of all the frictions, or it's just the competition effect? So of course, it's very difficult. I wanted to know whether there is some heterogeneity in like licensing. I think you said that license to multinationals were not very important at that point.
Like, I mean, they were, but like they didn't seem that much of a barrier. Because Brian, we also know, right? Like, we also know how long it takes to register a business if you're a private domestic firm, right?
It's also
so
very short.
It's very short. Like, Vietnam was actually like in these ways it was friendly. I think like the unfriendliness to private firms comes like in access to credit and things like that, and that's just much harder to. I mean, this is not me, but like if anybody wants to write a quantitative, who's like a quantitative person, like you could make some assumptions about like what's the, like without those you cannot identify
but
it.
for instance, sectors, industries that rely more relatively more on trades versus not, then maybe the domestic private firms would have expanded relatively more.
That one could do, that one could check,
So I'm going to actually collect a batch of questions. I think I have at least a couple. So Rocco and Maggie, and is there another hand someplace? Yes. So let's take the three, and you can wait, and then because we're going to run short on time eventually.
Mine is more of a comment and unsurprisingly very related to processor. It's not by chance that we are all next to each other's office. But yeah, I was also interested in this lack of growth of the domestic firms. And it's true that one interpretation would be that maybe they lack access to sort of supply, credit, or maybe engineers from Japan. But another, at least thinking about the case of Vietnam in garments, which is an industry, well, is that was this really also really a big demand opportunity? Because I can imagine if I'm kept in the US, now I lobby hard, whatever it is, the tariff has slashed. Am I going to try to start sourcing from a new firms in Vietnam that I have no idea, or do I ask my Chinese supplier to say, hey, you know what, relocate to Vietnam is a lot cheaper, and let's take it from there. And I think that on some industries, in a way, the demand shock is also heterogeneous by FDI firm versus that's kind of.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point. Yes,
super interesting. I guess the moral of the story for African countries is that they need more foreign direct. But picking up on the welfare aspect, I mean, this isn't a data question, it's more about your institutional knowledge. So, what about the political economy size companies. I mean, maybe it's because the Vietnamese government is so strong. That these foreign firms can't influence too much what happens in politics, but also the private sector, you know, how they feel about.
Yeah, I mean, I actually talked to like Penny Goldberg, one of her visits to like when she was a chief economist of the World Bank was to Vietnam, and basically with like, you know, she knew like our earlier work with Brian and then this paper, and she basically said, yeah, this is consistent with what the policymaker says. Workers benefit, one with globalization in Vietnam, and domestic firms did not, like domestic private firms did not. So I think they are concerned about like why are private domestic firms not growing? You know, and over the long run, you need to start relying on that sort of growth, right? And that's not happening. So, you know, this is not like all like in addition to like the fact we can't really pinpoint like the welfare effects too. Like from the, you know, this is a good transition story, but like what's going to be happening over the longer, it's going to be it's going to affect like how Vietnam does like in the next 40 years, right? And who knows if FDI firms are going to hang around? Like they are not, like it doesn't look like they're developing that base based on what we are seeing in response to this trade agreement. There might be other things that, you know, one could look at, but like I think, you know, I think that's the kind of the long-term challenge.
Thank you. So this is a question more on the policy implications. So you emphasized the unique circumstances. In this case, it's the removal of sanctions on Vietnam, which meant that it actually had this underlying low labor costs and kind of competitiveness that was, there's this, you know, huge distortion that meant it wasn't able to access US markets. You remove the sanctions, and so now Samsung is able to move there, and Samsung is not. But you know, thinking about applications globally, you know, most low-income countries already have duty-free, quota-free access to large markets in the EU or the US, and Samsung is not moving there.
Yeah,
we didn't move there. So I guess in terms of the processes, again, as a policymaker, what we often think about when we're thinking about tariffs, the policies of rich countries, trade policy on whether it's going to affect growth and structural transformation in other countries is often the relative effect. So right now, basically whether when you change the relative access of Vietnam to the US market compared to other countries, what is it going to do to jobs in, well, you know, I assume in this case, jobs in formal manufacturing in South Korea, maybe, you know, went to Vietnam, which is fine. South Korea was already transformed, you know, and it helped Vietnam. But if, you know, when we're thinking today, oh, okay, say Bangladesh is going to graduate from LDC status and suddenly its clothing exports are going to face MFN tariffs on the EU market, that might help Chinese firms now sell into the EU markets, but what's it going to do to exports from other, you know, prospects for African countries? Maybe they'll suddenly gain that competitive boost. So I was wondering about your thoughts on the lessons globally for other.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, this is very particular case, right? Like it's interesting. Like even in that case, like you don't observe like benefits to the private domestic firms. That's one thing that I would say. But I like, you know, and we know from the removal of the multi-fiber agreement, like, you know, like a lot of several African countries were overnight like affected by that, right? Like where their apparel industry was decimated, right? So these effects are, it's very easy to move sewing machines around, right? Like, or like make them capital intensive, right? So I think once you're you know, once you're part of like the global market, right, like you're exposed to all these shocks, right, like be it technology or trade that are going to be affecting that. And I think, you know, where you start, you know, I mean, what I'm like, I'm not an expert on this, but like what I'm hearing is like in various African countries that because that they might actually have like comparative advantage in supplying countries more nearby, like in terms of the kind of the type of quality of products that they are, like that they are relatively good at producing, and like also like, you know, because they have similar demand. And I think that was actually like the yesterday's speaker, like policy speaker from Rwanda, was actually kind of saying the same. And I've heard this from multiple people. So like, you know, maybe, you know, some like the new countries like need to rely more on like, you know, trade among lower income countries or lower and middle income countries. I mean, not everybody's going to gain access to FDI, and oftentimes, you know, as Maggie shows, like FDI is very capital intensive. And I know that, like, you know, I talk a lot about this to Karen Dinkelman because like I do some work on like informal kind of household businesses in some of these countries, like how those businesses function and potentially grow is actually kind of really key to it might be key to development, right? Because there might not be another option, right? So I think we need to, yeah, I think like it really depends on the context. Like it can change really quickly. You know, it could like, you know, for example, removal of multi-fiber agreement, or like, for example, like Bangladesh no longer having the preferential treatment might, you know, it's going to be not so good for Bangladesh, might be good for some countries elsewhere, but ultimately you need like your own growth based on education and your own productivity, right? Like, and hopefully these boosts from trade help you start that, but ultimately I think you need something else that's more permanent to succeed over the long run. That would be my, but you know, that's the big question, right? This is why we are all doing this job.
I think we should probably wrap things up here and just thank you so much. It's hard to imagine a topic that plays more directly into the issues that STEG is dealing with, and just a really tour de force of a talk. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And there's lunch in the other room. We're back here in an hour. Deal kind of 10 minutes reasonably uninterrupted, moderately uninterrupted, and then Q&A, but with 10 minutes you're never going to finish in 10, so that's kind of a soft 10. And
Wait 1 second.
all yours.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be included in the program today. Really enjoyed the conference so far, so thank you to the organizers. This paper is a follow-up to the work that Nina just was presenting before lunch. So hopefully you haven't completely forgotten the context over the last hour, because that will save me some time. So the big picture motivation here is, you know, all of us in the room are interested in structural change, but that I know of, we don't really have a lot of evidence on the individual transitions, right? Like who actually makes that structural change, right? Whether you're interested in, you know, who's moving into formal manufacturing, who's moving into formal services, you know, what were they doing ahead of time? So this is kind of where I'm coming at with this paper. You know, and you know, we know there's recent papers suggesting that, you know, trade plays an important role in structural change. There's also large literature out there suggesting that, you know, there could be big aggregate productivity improvements for moving workers out of agriculture into services and manufacturing. And what we're going to do in this paper as a follow-up to what Nina was presenting is we're going to use a plausibly exogenous trade shock as sort of, you know, a labor demand shifter that's going to, in this case, pull workers out of agriculture and into manufacturing to try to learn a little bit more about these individual level transitions. Okay, you know, so I see this as a nice complement to a recent paper by Erten and Light, where they're looking at structural change across counties in China, right? And that they do see in a similar sort of context of a positive export labor demand shock, that there is ongoing structural change. Here, we're going to kind of dive into like the micro level, worker level details as to how that's actually happening. So just to provide a little bit of context, and you know, this slide or two might actually answer a little bit some of the questions that came up during Nina's presentation as well. You know, overall, so this is using 3 population censuses over a 20-year period, 1989 to 2019. There's a very rapid shift of workers out of agriculture into manufacturing and services in Vietnam during this time period. For today's presentation, I'm just going to focus on young workers, those aged 15 to 29, primarily because that's where most of the action is happening. But in the draft, we do include the full sort of working age population. So we see a big drop in agriculture from about 70% of the workforce down to less than 30. And this is occurring at the same time as you see about a 20 percentage point increase in workers in manufacturing, and again, about a 20 percentage point increase in young workers in services. Okay. One of the interesting things about the context in which this has been happening that's going to be relevant for how we're going to employ a local labor market approach to using the trade shock is that a lot of this happened within districts, right? So I don't want to give the false impression that none of this was due to migration. Migration definitely plays a role. But if you do kind of like a standard decomposition of within versus between districts, you know, how did the agricultural share decline, right? And how did the manufacturing share increase? How did the service share increase? It tends to be that most of this was explained within districts. Okay. So for most of today's talk, I'm going to ignore migration, not because it doesn't matter, okay? Partly because the data I'm going to subsequently use for looking at individual transitions is based off of household survey data that doesn't track migrants. So that's also kind of a, you know, it's a clear data issue as well. So just to let you know though that, you know, with that said, we're still going to be able to look at a lot of the transitions in terms of how they're happening. So the key question that we're going to try to address in this paper is just, you know, who is transitioning? Okay, you know, to me, I think this is a really interesting question. Trying to think about, you know, it's tempting to, you know, assume that it's, you know, workers out of agriculture who are moving into, in this case, formal manufacturing is going to be sort of the target destination we're going to focus on, given the context of the trade shock. But it's also possible that those workers are coming from services and that workers from agriculture are the ones who are flowing into services to replace them, right? It might be more complicated, or it could be a really simple story that really basically all the transitions, all the new workers who are moving into high exposure formal manufacturing, that these are all new workers to the workforce, right? That they're just entering directly from school. And, you know, so essentially we're going to try to document that more or less. So the way we're going to do this is with a series of household surveys that were done every 2 years, starting in 2002. So if you do remember some of the context that Nita presented about an hour ago, our first panel here does not predate the implementation of the BTA, right? That would be the ideal world, is to have a panel or two ahead of time. Unfortunately, we just don't have that. Instead, what we have here is a series of 2 survey panels. So we're gonna be able to track each individual across 2 surveys from 2002 to 04, 04 to 06, upwards to the most recent panel that we have is 2016 to 18. And again, I want to just really be clear that we're not going to be able to track individuals who leave the household, right? So this is all going to be sort of, you know, individuals who've stayed in the household, they're in their same district, you know, how are their employment opportunities changing? And we're going to specifically focus on transitions into formal manufacturing, right? This is sort of one kind of following up on earlier work that Nina and I have done, showing that manufacturing industries became more formality intensive in response to the BTA. But we're also going to, in relation to sort of work with Juan Fong, we're also going to focus here specifically on the manufacturing industries that experienced the largest tariff cuts, right? So we're just going to be kind of splitting manufacturing industries on, did you receive above the median tariff cut due to the BTA or less than the median tariff cut? So we're going to be really focusing on, you know, who got these new jobs in the most highly exposed manufacturing firms in the formal sector. So I'm going to start with just an aggregate transition table, not linked to the US tariff cuts at all, just kind of so that everyone kind of knows, you know, what is the underlying transition pattern during this time period. Even though I forgot to sort of highlight this one in red, this is one I actually kind of wanted to start on, just so you know what activities these young individuals were doing in their first panel, right? So this would be if you're in the 2002, 2004 panel, what were you doing in 2002? If you're in the 2010, 2012 panel, what were you doing in 2010? Conditional on you're not already in that sector, right? So these are people who weren't in that sector at the beginning. What are you going to be doing afterwards? Okay, so across these sort of initial activities, a little over a third of them were not working. Primarily, they were still in school. Again, a little bit more than a third of them were still in agriculture. And then the remaining was we had about 8% of them were in other manufacturing. So it could be either informal manufacturing or formal manufacturing, but not in the most exposed industries. And then we have about 20% of them are in services. Now, turning your attention to the highlighted column, one of the first things I want to point out is that transitions from agriculture are very rare relative to the overall transition rate. So overall, about 3% of workers of these individuals made that transition into high exposure formal manufacturing. In comparison, only about a little less than 2% of workers who were in agriculture made that transition. Interesting to us, workers who are already in manufacturing, but the other manufacturing sectors, these were actually the ones who were most likely to make that transition. About 8.5% of them made that transition. But then when you take in consideration the size of the initial sectors, we can now sort of account for, out of all the transitions that happened, what share came from the different initial activities. So we get a little bit more than a third of the transitions were people who initially were not working, primarily in school. We get about a quarter of the transitions were people who were in agriculture. So even though, once you're in agriculture, you're not particularly likely to transition, nonetheless, just given the large size of the agricultural sector, it's important. Individuals who are already in manufacturing also account for about a quarter of the transitions. And then lastly, we have individuals who are in services account for a little bit less than a fifth. So there's really quite a few, paths through which people are transitioning into this formal manufacturing sector. We see overall transition rates are higher for women and also for better educated individuals. What I'd like to do now, I actually might maybe just skip this slide, assuming that you guys have some decent memory of what Nina was just talking about for the before lunch, but we're going to apply it to that shock. The big positive export demand shock is going to draw workers into manufacturing. So I'm assuming everyone's on board at this point. So we're going to combine that shock to use a local labor market approach to see how these transitions, varied across districts that were more or less exposed to the trade shock. Okay. Right. So probably most of you in the room have seen this sort of approach before, right? But we're going to take the industry level tariff. So this is a change in tariff in industry I. It's at the 3-digit industry levels where we're able to match to the census data. We're going to interact that with employment shares. We're going to be using the 1999 census, right? So the employment shares are prior to the implementation of the bilateral trade agreement. And this is going to allow us to calculate then how exposed each specific district is to the US tariff reductions. We're using Brian Kovac's suggested approach where we're going to normalize just by the total number of workers who are in traded industries as opposed to using workers across all industries. And then we're going to just set up a fairly simple regression, but let me kind of walk through how we're setting up the data, at least for the time being. So our outcome variable here is going to be an indicator that takes a value 1 if you transition into high exposure formal manufacturing by the end of your 2-survey panel. Okay, so we're going to have various individuals, that's a subscript I across various districts, and then the T here is going to represent which panel you're a part of, right? So we're just going to be pooling for the time being across all of our different panels into the specification. We're then going to, our coefficient of interest here is the little delta on the change in the US district tariff. We're going to control here for a vector of individual characteristics such as age, gender, level of education that are likely to influence the probability of transitioning. We also here have a vector of district controls that importantly include some of the initial employment shares within districts, right? If you were, for example, a really high agricultural district to begin with, compared to one that was much more manufacturing intensive to begin with, right? This is going to probably influence, independent of the tariff reductions, going to influence the probability transitions, and then just a panel fixed effect here. Okay, so that's kind of our base specification here. Let me try to just kind of walk you through the couple different sets of results. So I'll start here with column 1 in our baseline specification. That here our sample is all individuals, regardless of what activity they're in ahead of time, other than they weren't already in high exposure formal manufacturing. Okay. We find that districts that were more exposed to the US tariff reduction, that this did increase the overall rate of transition into the high exposure formal manufacturing sector. And if we think about perhaps like an implied magnitude, or if we think about like a 1 standard deviation increase in exposure, which is about 1.8 on our district US tariff measure, this would be associated with about a 1.5 percentage point increase in the probability of transitioning, relative to sort of the national baseline among this age group was about 2.8. One of the things we were really interested in doing here, and this kind of like parallels the trade and labor markets literature that looks, sort of at the, who gets hit by a negative trade shock, right? If you're an import competing industry, either due to changes in trade policy or due to changes in trade flows, there's a lot of work that says, okay, conditional, you were on this industry, let's sort of, track what happened to you afterwards. Here we're kind of doing the opposite and saying, okay, well, conditionally, you weren't in that sector that was initially hit. Let's look at, how transition probabilities differ based on that initial activity you're in. How does this influence whether or not you were responsive to the US district tariff reductions? We do find some evidence of variation across the different initial activities. In particular, agriculture seems to be the one that's most differentially affected, right? It is the one that has the lowest overall transition probability, but it seems to be the one that's most responsive in terms of the initial sector that you're working in. One small caveat that I should add about agriculture, and I probably should have said this with the aggregate table, where if a young individual is both in school and is, say, working part-time on the family farm, we're including them in agriculture. So there's a little bit of what's in agriculture is also people who are actually still finishing off school, but it's not a huge component, but in the future, we'll kind of disentangle that. Okay. I'd like to highlight that these results are consistent with some of the work that Nina just highlighted at the end of the talk with our co-author Natalia Drozdov, which shows, this is using aggregate census level data, but that again, women are shifting within districts towards manufacturing in response to FDI shocks. Okay. Don't have time to show this, but tariff reductions had stronger effects on better educated individuals. So just a quick summary, if I can still squeeze that in. Okay, thanks. So overall, the context here, there's a rapid shift of workers of the workforce out of agriculture into manufacturing and services. A lot of this is happening within districts, not entirely, but that is a good component. We do find that individuals within agriculture, they're the least likely on average to transition to these jobs in the new highly exposed manufacturing sector. But they do still make these transitions, right? They account in total for about a quarter of all transitions. And then using this local labor markets approach, we then examine whether the transition probability is differentially affected by just how exposed the district was to these local labor demand shocks, and then do find a positive increase in the transition probability for the more exposed districts. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Questions? Rachel and Isabella.
I'm just a bit curious about that. Thing about so you find there's a lot of transition from not working into this sector.
Yeah.
So does it imply something about education? So they are not staying in school, or because these are young workers, right?
Yeah. Should I collect questions first? Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Marty. Yeah.
Very interesting. So I was wondering about aggregate effects, and given that I guess that manufacturing is clustered in space, so I was wondering whether the effects that you're getting are similar across the distribution, or if you look like at the top or that or things like that of the district, so that you get similar effects.
I was just wondering whether you can do something, some heterogeneity analysis on the type of manufacturing that you're looking at for manufacturing. So for instance, depending on the skill needs that industry might have. So for instance, we're seeing not a lot of individuals coming from agriculture to farming and manufacturing. And what I was curious about, is it because of skills mismatch? Is it because spatially they're not where they're supposed to be? So that's why they can transition. So it would have been interesting.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much for the questions and the comments. So yes, education definitely plays a role here, and some of the work that Nina have done in other contexts. Most of the and as you saw in the previous paper, right, a lot of these jobs are specifically in foreign invested enterprises, and even within the same industry as private domestic firms, they tend to on average employ better educated workers. So in terms of what that's going to do for the education. I do actually have another paper that's kind of a work in progress. It's a bit messy, so I'm hesitant at this point to want to make a claim as to whether or not it's okay. To us so far, it doesn't seem like it's really affecting education very much in aggregate. But what it does seem to be doing is this is where the local labor markets approach in that context gets really messy. It's pulling migrant workers into the most exposed districts, as one would expect. And the people who are leaving the rural areas, they look different than the people that they're leaving behind in terms of education and whether they're working ahead of time. And they also look different relative to the people in the destination provinces in terms of, again, whether they're working or not. And so that's kind of the complication that we're trying to unravel in terms of using a local labor market approach to try to figure out whether this is having an impact on education, is we have this selective migration that's also happening. But our best estimate so far, when we restrict it to non-migrants, is that it doesn't seem to really be having much of an effect on the education decision. And age 18 here is kind of a critical one there, where if you've kind of gone through school at the usual pace, that's when you would transition from high school to college or university. And it doesn't seem to be playing much on that margin. But Marty, I think was next. sorry, I need my glasses. My apologies. I know it's sneaking up on me for sure. So about where manufacturing is located. So you're absolutely right. Like if you might remember Nina's slide about where FDI is located, right? It's going to be quite similar. So I like your suggestion of trying to, look at differential effects if we sort of do it, split it as opposed to basically assuming a continuous measure. Because you're 100% bang on that, some districts, no FDI, no formal manufacturing, no exporting is ever going to happen from them within formal manufacturing. So I take that as, one way we could also think about doing this is essentially, removing some of the ones that basically have no formal manufacturing to begin with, right? They just have no base. They're probably not going to go off that. I think there's a couple different ways that we can look at that, and I thank you for the suggestion. Isabella, the heterogeneity by type of manufacturing, that is something that it's a little bit hidden in what I showed today because I'm just due to time just kind of pooling over all the different panels. But the role of education becomes a little bit more important over time, and I haven't directly linked this, but my suspicion is that we know that the composition of Vietnam's exports and FDI activity is changing over time. It's moving slowly away from clothing, textiles, footwear, and moving more towards electronics, for example, right? And we do know that the electronics firms, on average, they're much more likely to require someone who's completed upper high school, whereas in clothing and textiles, it's much more common that we're going to see workers with just grade 9 having completed lower secondary. So that does play a role here, and it's kind of hidden in what I presented, and I can definitely sort of take that on a little bit more. In terms of the spatial allocation, I think this has a nice complement with Marty's question, right? That some of the workers are in a district that these jobs are just never going to arrive to. So migration does play a role, and in other ongoing work, like the education work that I was talking about, we do know that workers are heading towards the most exposed districts, and it doesn't. How exposed their district is doesn't seem to be a strong predictor of that. So you just kind of get, migrations happening from sort of all over the country, but it's quite targeted in terms of which districts and provinces it's going to, and it is quite sensitive to how exposed those provinces and districts were. So some of that spatial, movement is likely taking care of that, right now to some extent, but I don't have like a specific number, unfortunately, that I can give to you at this point.
It would be interesting to know more about the dynamics of these transitions with respect to the year of the shock. So now we know that they're not transitioning as much from agriculture, but is this something that maybe is picking up over time?
Yeah. So I'm curious about why agricultural workers are the least likely to transition and the workers in other manufacturing are the most likely to transition. Is it because agricultural workers, they face a large friction to migrate to manufacturing sectors, or the workers in other manufacturing, they have a comparative advantage in skill requirements in manufacturing sectors? And the follow-up related question is that if most of the transition are within manufacturing, how the local industry structural change in response to these tariff reductions? Can we just say that the tariff reductions called the structural transformation process if the employment share within manufacturing?
Okay. Okay, so for Jose, definitely. So we do have more in the draft of the paper about how this pattern is changing over time. I just for today chose to sort of condense it, but unfortunately, with the table in front of me, I don't remember exactly how it changes over time. My apologies, but maybe I can talk afterwards about that a little bit. Why agriculture is least likely to transition. So, I think it's the first thought here is that, agricultural workers are less educated on an average, right? But I think we have to remember here that we're conditioning on the youngest workers in Vietnam during this time period who, so we're not thinking about a 55-year-old who, was poorly educated and, finished school like 40 years ago, right? These are all reasonably most of them are reasonably well educated. One I think thing that definitely plays a role, though, is going back to Isabella's point that many of these agricultural workers are initially located in an area that is not where these new jobs are being created in the export oriented. So depending on how big those mobility frictions are, and I'm sure there's heterogeneity across different individuals in terms of how big those shocks are, right? That might be one key thing that's holding them back. But we can definitely do more. Like it's not in the tables I presented today, but we can definitely do more thinking about what do education levels look like across these are young, better educated, but we can compare them across the other different sectors. So we have a better idea of that both in terms of the distribution. Okay, sorry, I'm done. Okay, this will be quick. The local industrial structure definitely is changing. We do sort of analysis with the census level data to show how it's changing. And basically what we see there is really no change in response to the BTA in terms of service sector employment. Really, it's just a reduction of workers in agriculture and an increase in workers in manufacturing. And then within manufacturing, we see a shift towards formal manufacturing away from informal manufacturing, which is a different unit of analysis, but quite consistent with what if we found another way.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much.
So next up, we have Veronica.
I can do
Okay, thank you. Okay, beautiful. Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be presenting here. This is a project that is kind of very tangentially related to structural transformation, so I'm very glad I made it. And it's co-authored with Gabrielle, also a PhD here at LSE, and it's called General Equilibrium Effects of Anti-Deforestation Policies in Brazil. So I'm sure I don't need to convince you that forests are really important for regulating the world's carbon cycle, the water cycle, and Brazil has 1/3 of the world's tropical rainforests. Now, on average, it's been losing since this is an average from 1985, but it hasn't, it's similar in the past. If you look at, say, 2005 to 2010, it's been losing the area of Wales every year in tropical forests. And most of this area is converted to agriculture. The correlation is almost perfect between how much is lost in agriculture and how much is gained in agriculture and how much is lost in forests. And this is a very significant number, not just in absolute values. It's also been 10% of the total forest area has been lost since 1985. And it's also very relevant very large for the baseline of agriculture. About 40%, there's been about a 40% increase in the agricultural area in Brazil over this period, which is quite unlike the rest of the world. Now, the main anti-deforestation policies, so if we think about why something that's so bad for the world is happening, kind of the intuitive economist reaction would be, well, the prices are not right because there's massive externalities. So we could think about lots of market-based solutions that are manipulating prices, doing taxes, payment for ecosystem services. However, there's lots of barriers to actually implementing that. And most of the deforestation that is happening is actually illegal. So it's more of a monitoring problem. And the policies that seem to have been most effective are command and control. They have to do with just making this monitoring and enforcing more efficient. But despite all the recent advances in geographic GIS and satellite image processing, you have to think that this involved very large costs of going with helicopters into the jungle, catching the offenders, imposing the fines. So it really requires some spatial targeting of what are the hotspots where deforestation happens. And this raises the concern that it's going to create leakage. And this is not only a policy concern, but also an econometric concern. How are we going to evaluate these policies? An event study will pick up the difference between the treated and the untreated, but displacement will look like a reduction in deforestation. And it's not just, you cannot just predict what the spillovers will happen based on distance. You really need some notion of how the market structure is and what are the suitable substitutes in terms of land for them. So I'm going to build a structural model to try to answer this question of and how much do local command and control and deforestation policies increase deforestation in non-targeted regions. So these are the main features of the model. It's a static closed economy with about 5,000 municipalities today. For computational reasons, we're just going to do it with 27 states. And in a flat world, we would imagine that there's 100% leakage. However, there's a lot of regional heterogeneity in productivities, land endowments, and also there's trade and migration frictions. So the main features of the model are, these heterogeneous productivities. Preferences are non-homothetic in choosing between agriculture and non-agriculture. It's an Armington model and constant elasticity of substitution between different agricultural goods. Now we have an agricultural sector, we actually have different production technologies for different crops. And this is going to be very important because first we're just doing it, dividing it between crops and pastures. And crops are a lot more labor intensive than pastures. Pastures are a lot more land intensive. Non-agriculture takes only labor as input. And we also had a deforestation sector that's going to produce new agricultural land with decreasing returns to scale. That is so that as the profits from agriculture go up, the equilibrium amount of deforestation in a region is also going to go up. Then this costly trade and migration. And this is a little diagram of how I expect, this is the leakage that I'm modeling. So there might be other mechanisms through which you think there are spatial spillovers. The reason why I want to do a model or a simulation is to narrow down to just look at what are the price effects that lead to leakage. So as a region gets blacklisted, I'm imagining a policy where some regions have very strict enforcement and some don't. As a region gets blacklisted, you'd expect it would reduce the amount of deforestation in that region, which would mechanically reduce the supply of agricultural land. Then, depending on what are the crops grown and how land intensive they are, that would reduce the supply of agricultural goods from that region, which then would shift consumption away into either non-agricultural goods from also blacklisted regions, non-agricultural goods from other regions, and some substitution would happen into agricultural goods from non-blacklisted regions. And that's where the leakage could happen, because then it might require more agricultural land, which would lead to more deforestation in these regions. So we really want to understand what are the substitution patterns between agriculture and non-agriculture, between different agricultural goods, and between the same agricultural good from different regions.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Just a clarification, shouldn't like blacklisting and thus less deforestation impede supply of land to increase, but namely, it shouldn't decrease the supply of land, it should just remain unchanged.
Yeah, decrease relative to a counterfactual where it didn't happen.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's not that the forest is going to grow and.
Yeah, no, we're thinking about, yeah. When I say decrease the forest,
I see.
When I say decrease the supply of agricultural land, I mean relative to a counterfactual world where the policy didn't happen.
I see.
Yeah, just clarify. So in Brazil, do they import agricultural goods? Like if I don't have deforestation, then I have more tourism. Can I use the tourism money to import agricultural goods?
That's an excellent question. So I'm assuming it's a closed economy, and what I'm thinking is that I'll get to that after I finish presenting.
I was going to say, that doesn't sound entirely clarifying.
I
just wanted to understand that.
No, but that's a great question. I'm going to get to that later. Okay. The data I'm using, satellite images for land use variables that classify between crops, pasture, and other. I also have this wonderful yearly survey on municipality crop level that has kind of the total production, the area, the revenues from different crops. Labor variables are from the population census, and I also have GDP by sector and municipality now at the state level for that period of time. And consumer expenditure survey and the World Bank's being changed, those are used for calibrating some of the parameters in the model. I have 5 minutes. These are the main parameters in the model. I don't plan to go through this whole slide, but the main thing I want you to get away from it is that the heterogeneous region sector TFPs and the regional amenities are inverted from the model. So they're made so that they perfectly match the data. And all the other parameters are either taken from the literature or just calibrated externally or estimated externally from the model. Okay. Now let's look at our policy counterfactual. I'm just going to simulate banning deforestation on the top offending states. And first, this is for you to look at how highly concentrated deforestation is. I view the states of Pará and Mato Grosso, the top 2, account for about a third of the total yearly deforestation. And if we ban deforestation there, quick show of the result, we would reduce the total amount of deforestation by a year by 8,000 square kilometers, and the increase in the municipality, the state where is the most leakage, very, very small number, is about 6.2 square kilometers. So 8,000 were reduced, and the state that saw the most increase sees about 6.2. In percentage terms, so this is a graph where each bar is a different counterfactual. So I'm progressively banning it from the top offender to the worst, to the least offender in each state. And the deforestation spillovers are never more than 0.8 percentage points. So 0.8% of the deforestation that was reduced is increased somewhere else. Now that's extremely small. It was kind of surprising to find that. And I'm trying to kind of dig deeper into what are the mechanisms that are making this happen. It's very robust to different values of the parameter. So now I'm convinced it's not really about the values of the parameter. What seems to be driving it is that the regions where there is most deforestation are not extremely productive in agriculture. They mostly have very land-intensive cattle grazing. And once deforestation is shut down there, that can easily, so there's some substitution into crops, which are a lot less land-intensive. I actually see an increase in the overall share of labor in agriculture as I ban deforestation. So there's more kind of substitution between land and labor than there is complementarity when you take into account that there's two sectors and one, that there's crops and pasture, and crops is more land intensive. Yeah, so a next step maybe would be, this is also driven by the fact that, so the way my model rationalizes these very high levels of deforestation in some municipalities that are not particularly good at agriculture is that they have a very high deforestation TFP. So a natural next step, yeah, it seems a little bit cooked into the model in that case. So I really want to understand what is driving this high deforestation TFP and try to piece apart what seem to be mobile and what seem to be immobile components. If there's some component of like some mobile capital that could actually move somewhere else and cause leakage. And if, for example, it has to do with mining or other economic activities. Yeah, so now I'm kind of trying to, that's the next step of the project. It would be great to do different counterfactuals and maybe more outcomes, more strictly related to environmental impact. This. Yeah.
When Nate and then Rachel.
It's really interesting. And I think also like one maybe framing you could use is, I think in some sense it's a positive result, right? That you don't see this sort of moving somewhere else. So that's like maybe a framing. But one thing I was thinking about is, if I were imagining that I were sort of committed to deforestation and then enforcement came in, that rather than move to another state, I might just like try to go somewhere else within the same state. Do you have the ability to sort of, and you know, the migration costs would presumably be lower. Do you have a way of sort of going down to a lower administrative unit to?
Yeah, 100%. I have all the data at the municipality level. It's purely a computational time issue that has held me back, but that's the next thing to do.
We collect the questions too, so you can then pick which ones you want to avoid.
Okay, great. Yeah.
So let me modify my previous question. Basically, what I have in mind is, so you have, if you deforest and you have more land for agriculture, but you could also think of in your model when you deforest, you have less land for the tourism industry. And so if, it's a basic question, like how much food they imported, for example, and how much revenue they get from tourism. Is tourism a big deal? Well, maybe it's completely irrelevant, but just, you know, it's a potential thing, you know, that work the other way. So that's the first question. The second question is that I remember watching some debate about the presidential election, and one of the things that they were saying, you know, is that the previous guy, he just turned a blind eye to the deforestation. So it's not like regional, it's like overall, he just didn't care very much. So it was the new one, you know, he was so committed. He was working with the, you know, indigenous people, trying to fight against it. So I don't know, at this general level, is it more relevant at the country level, or really there's so much variation across?
Okay, Bruno?
Yes, I think you should, one suggestion that you definitely should account in your framework, it is in this sort of the deforestation choice in terms of how costly is to deforestation choice. Because if I understand correctly, there is no such a thing as a forest stock that can be deforested, right? And a sort of increasing convex function with respect to you know, how much of the forest. Why I'm saying this, because in your initial counterfactual results, most of the leakage are in locations in Brazil, that have no forest. So you're saying that, right? So that's the thing, or relatively, you know, so, and I think that if you add this sort of convex cost, this idea when you match your model to the data, you're not going to get this extremely high productivity in deforestation in locations with very little deforestation. It's just because they have very little stock of forest.
Yeah, yeah,
But
no.
let me just know. That's the question. Sorry.
Okay.
And then Mike, I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but I'm guessing that you're treating maize and soy as food crops. And they're not eaten, they're export crops. I think you said you had a closed economy framework. And so I can easily imagine that in terms of domestic food consumption, that's just not.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although a lot of soy does go into feeding poultry and it ultimately becomes food for people, but
The export share of soy is very, very high.
So
yes. Can I?
Related to closed
Yes.
So I think the reason you went to closed economy is because if you're just a price taker, you won't have the leakage thing. But a way to reconcile this is you can have an open economy and everyone's a price taker, but if you have congestion and local factor markets, then as you kind of deforest more or less, if you deforest less, then local factor prices for deforestation go down. And then you would still have the leakage. And so then if you could pin that down, then you're a little more immune to these.
Right.
The closed economy thing, I think, is tricky.
Yeah, so precisely on the international trade, I think Alan answered for me. But basically, if there's some degree of international trade, you would have, domestic trade frictions would still make there's some leakage, but it would basically attenuate even more the no leakage that I have because the price transmission is reduced.
Well, we can also say beef is 70%.
Local. Yeah, beef is mostly domestic.
You can also kind of mention that too.
Beef is, that's true.
That's more things.
Now, to the point on the tourism and the trees industry, I think it's so large that you can have tourism in it would take a very small amount of land. And I don't think it's very relevant. But I could try to look at more generally, the value of the standing forest is kind of a missing thing in the model. And that also speaks to Bruno's point. I think what I'm thinking of doing is, maybe taking some models of the literature that are purely modeling deforestation, like the one Francisco Costa has that models the transitions, and try to combine that with this.
Or a fixed cost, you know, like something that is just because you just have this concave function. I don't know, something to kind of get this idea that some locations that are not deforested in reality because there's no forest there.
There's forest everywhere to some extent. You'd be surprised.
That's the thing.
Two more minutes, so.
Okay.
Pick and choose as you wish.
Yeah. And another thing is the cost of deforestation ends up being embedded in this TFP that varies by region. The question is, how would a different functional form, how would absorbing it differently change the results? So I need to play around a little bit on that front. Yes?
Just a small comment. Given what you found when you calibrated them all, I think it would be very interesting to explore like alternative policies, not like banning, but just like giving incentives moving to crops. No, for which is that because if you deforestate and the productivity that you get is very low, it means that the cost perhaps of implementing a policy would feel like other type of activities maybe well.
There's actually a very interesting working paper that shows how with electrification, it becomes cheaper to irrigate and have crops, and it ultimately reduces deforestation. Any other question?
We should probably stop here. Just say thank you. Really interesting.
try to keep track of time.
I'll give you a 5-minute.
And this is okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Brazil again. This is about the effects of climate change on labor and capital relocation. Joint work with Christophe Albert in Collegio Gama Alberto and Jacopo Ponticelli in Northwestern University. So what is sort of the motivation for the paper? We all know that one of the expected effects of climate change is an increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. Another effect that was discussed with flooding this morning is these heterogeneous effects on rainfall patterns across the globe. So we expect that there's going to be more intense rainfall in high latitudes and less intense rainfall in some intermediate latitudes, especially in subtropical regions. So the expectation is general drying in Southern Africa, parts of South America, some parts of East Asia, and the parts of South America that will experience this general drying include Brazil. So you can think of this. So the way we're thinking about this is an agricultural productivity shock that will happen in these regions where these droughts or lower rainfall will generate a reduction in yields and in agricultural productivity. And then the idea is to think about what will be the optimal adjustment and the actual adjustment of labor and capital flows to this type of shock. So that's kind of the project. What does theory say about this? If you take any standard trade model, geography model, what would you get? You get a negative agricultural productivity shock that is going to reduce the comparative advantage in agriculture in that region. So labor should relocate towards manufacturing. It's also a negative income shock. So labor should relocate away from local services if they are non-traded. That would be the local effects. Classic paper on this, Corden and Neary, 1982. That's a classic on the Dutch disease. So it would be kind of an opposite effect. But this is a very standard mechanism. In geography models, what do you get? If you have a negative productivity shock in a region, you should see labor and capital flowing out towards other regions. So those are the optimal adjustment mechanisms in standard models. I'm not going to have a model because those models have been published for 40 years. So those are the mechanisms. And what happens with these mechanisms? These mechanisms assume there are no frictions to factor relocation. However, we know that developing countries are characterized by these frictions in labor and capital markets, and those can generate poverty traps. What does this mean? That instead of having this optimal relocation of labor and capital towards other regions or sectors, you can have a very slow transition. Right? It's not that this will never happen, but this can be very slow and can be very costly in terms of this relocation process due to these frictions. So what we want to do in this paper is try to get a sense of this, on how these frictions are making it hard or not to, for this optimal process of relocation that we understand well, from these neoclassical models to happen. So how are we going to do this? Main difficulty is that these countries haven't experienced climate change at the scale that is expected for the next century. So you cannot directly observe what happens. However, as I'll show you, as many developing countries have been experiencing climate change since the 1980s. So climate scientists have something that is called the signal of climate change, which is when the weather variability is outside from the normal range. And this has happened, for example, in Brazil before 1980 in almost all regions. So these countries have been experiencing this for a while. So the idea of this paper is to look at the data and see to what extent we can use this recent experience to say something about, this question, to what extent we observe relocation, as predicted by these classical models, and which frictions do we see in the data that might be, difficult in this process? So that's really the idea of what we do. So we'll show you some direct empirical evidence on these effects in Brazil, on factor flows across sectors, regions, and firms. And here, a main advantage of the setting is that we will be able to use credit registry and social security data to track these factor flows across region, sectors, and firms. So let me tell you a little bit about first identification strategy that is going to be using, as a natural experiment this recent climate change in Brazil. And then I'll show you results on, the source of the shock is agricultural productivity. So I'll show you that. First, capital and labor flows, and then some level evidence on spatial frictions in labor market that difficult this reallocation process. Okay, so this is the temperature in Brazil in the last century. So as you see, it trends upwards, but the trend has been quite fast since 1980. And it's in this period that, temperature is outside of the long-term normal variability, where you can say that the signal of climate change is already positive for Brazil. So this is what we will be exploiting. And as you see, like the increase in temperature is quite significant. It's 1 degree, in this very short 14-year period. So how are we gonna exploit this? So we are gonna use a measure of climate change, and that is the standardized precipitation and evapotranspiration index. So this is something that we found in the climatological literature. So basically what they do is they look at they have a function, a simple function. I don't have time to explain, to measure dryness. And it's going to be a function of rainfall and temperature, and they compute the deviations from a 100-year average. So basically what we will check is, deviations on these drought conditions relative to this long-term average, and that's going to be our measure of climate change, how these, conditions deviate. And this is the variation we use. You have 2010 is kind of a normal decade. The last decade has been worse because temperature was, increased faster. But as you see, there is some heterogeneity across regions in these drought conditions. So darker red is, higher drought shocks relative to other regions, and this varies by different decades. So the basic idea is going to be we're going to do two things. One is to think of a local labor market or local capital market approach and see how these shocks affect the local allocation of capital and labor. But as we will show you, this is not a good approach because we see very large spillovers across regions. We see very large capital and labor flows as a consequence of climate change. So we will also use a measure of capital market integration and labor market integration across regions to track these flows across different areas. So we'll do both, let's say, the direct effects and the indirect effects on these other regions. And I already lost the okay. So okay, so this is a balance test. So why is this? This is basically showing that these shocks are uncorrelated with initial development characteristics across municipalities. This makes sense because this is the deviation of the weather from your average. So it should not be correlated with anything. So we can use these shocks to estimate causal effects. So let me go very quickly on the results. So this is the basic idea that we're comparing these regions. Agriculture, what do we see? This is regions that get these are quintiles of the shock. So if you get a lot of rain, nothing happens. If you get droughts, the output falls. This is a 16% fall in agricultural output if you are in the upper tail, and this, is a 10% in the ninth quartile. So you see very large reductions in agricultural output. We see this is yearly data. We see similar or even larger estimates over a 10-year period.
So the message here is like very little room, at least over a 10-year horizon for adaptation in agriculture. You have massive reductions in output. So this is the first finding, because there's all this argument that people will adapt. Doesn't seem to be happening. So, yeah.
Just truly clarifying,
Yeah.
maybe you said, what's the unit of observation?
Okay, so we have municipalities. We have municipalities. So let me go to capital now. So what is the effect of this on capital flows? This is, we're gonna measure the direct effect in the municipality and the indirect effect. So to measure the indirect effect, we use the bank branch network. So let me just tell you that, the indirect exposure of each municipality is going to be, a function of the exposure in the municipalities that are connected through the bank branch network. So it's a measure of financial market integration. So what do we find here? This is yearly. So this is what happens if you have a bad year. So we do two exercises, one, a negative shock in a given year, and then a bad decade. So if you have a bad year, what happens? As you would expect from the neoclassical model, insurance, you get an increase in loans to agriculture, not to other sectors. So banks are lending money to agricultural firms. Where does the money come from? A reduction in loans in regions that are connected to the financial network. So this is having a classical insurance result that you see this insurance happening in the short run. So this goes in favor of, this insurance being important to adapt to this type of shocks. Now, what happens if you get a bad decade? That's like 10 years where you are, you're suffering a long drought. Here we see something very different. We basically get capital outflows from these regions and a big effect in non-agriculture. So capital is flowing out from manufacturing and services. And this is also having negative spillovers in the regions that were insuring them in the short run, probably because of non-performing loans. So these regions that had connections, and this is the only way in which this has an effect is if there are imperfections in the interbank market, because otherwise, there's no full insurance. So there's going to be these negative spillovers on these regions that are integrated. So this is a first result that doesn't square completely with the neoclassical prediction. That there's this, the capital outflow square, but the fact that you have negative spillovers on manufacturing in the regions that were insuring you in the short run, that's not optimal, of course. Labor. So what do we do with labor? Same direct effect, indirect effect. What's our measure of labor market integration? The share of migrants coming from a given origin as the total share of migrants. There's a recent paper by Budusiak, Kovac, and Dix-Carneiro that show that in a very simple geography model, this is a sufficient statistic for labor market frictions, for labor market costs across origin and destination. So think of this, as a measure of those labor market frictions. So what do we get? We get very large outflows from areas that get droughts. Here we're looking at the decade, the full decade. And these people are going into areas that are connected to the labor market. So this is, there's outflows from one and inflow in the others. What happens with the sectoral structure of the economy? This is a local effect, as expected. We get a reduction in agricultural employment. This is for a municipality going from the 50 to the 90 percentile of dryness. And you get a 7% reduction in agricultural employment, so it's super large. 6% increase in manufacturing and 5% reduction in services. So this is the classic Gordon and Neary model, where you have a negative productivity shock in agriculture. You move to the comparative advantage sector, and you are poorer, so you demand less of the non-traded good. So what's the indirect effect? Very different. Migrants going to other regions don't go to manufacturing, basically, they go to agriculture and services. So the rest of the paper, what we do is to try to understand why is this happening? Why is it that manufacturing, these workers that when workers move within locations, they're able to relocate. When they move far away, they're not able to relocate to manufacturing. So let me just tell you in 2 seconds how we do that. So how do we, and most people out-migrate. So half of the people emigrate to other municipalities. So most people are leaving actually the areas. So how do we look at this? So we construct a firm level measure of this labor market integration measure or spatial friction measure, like which is the share of workers in a firm that in the past came from every origin. We can do this because we have social security data, so we see the employment history of all workers. And then we basically can check how are firms connected to. So basically, we are going to look at, for each firm, workers coming from every origin.
I don't think you're gonna have time to go through this.
Okay, let me just explain, the more interesting finding. So, so basically what we find here is that firms in the agricultural sector are, have a larger measure of this labor market friction, or a lower share of workers coming from areas with droughts than firms in manufacturing. So basically the idea of this friction is what? If you remember, the drought shock was as good as randomly assigned. So it shouldn't be the case that firms in agriculture or manufacturing are less connected to areas suffering drought. So why is this? This is just because manufacturing is less connected to the territory in general, because manufacturing is spatially concentrated. So just the fact that manufacturing is spatially concentrated is going to generate a friction to relocation from manufacturing to agriculture across space. Okay, so that's, I guess, the main message of why we get this little relocation. So let me just summarize. We get, this relocation of capital and labor away from these areas affected by droughts. Capital is 3 to 4 times more elastic than labor. In capital, we saw these negative spillovers on financially integrated regions. And then the key friction we find in labor relocation is this spatial relocation from agriculture to manufacturing. Okay.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions, and then other people can talk with Paula at the break.
Okay.
Within manufacturing, did you find like substitution toward like more dry, less dry sensitive crops and things like that, or
within agriculture? Yeah, we haven't done any of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other is, I was trying to think what like an external, about external validity of this exercise. So I would think that the expectations and the time horizon that lead people to make these choices perhaps is different than when we think about climate change.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so I think that's, so we haven't done that by crop. I mean, we have the yields of all the major crops fall. I mean, we have looked at that, but so we don't know if there's any heterogeneity we can exploit, but we could try. And then about this, yeah, we are, we like to do 20 years. The new population census is coming now. And then with the new social security data that we're working on now, we'll be able to do 20 years. So instead of 10. So we'll, I think the longer the better to look at this. Yeah.
One more question. We're in need of coffee. We're at the time anyway. Thank you very much. Sorry to hurry you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay. But then we say what if migration costs
We've got two more great papers. First up, we have Nate. And so you've got 20 minutes. I'll protect your time fiercely.
All right, so first of all, I'm well aware we're reaching the end of the conference and there's sort of like a conference brain effect. So I'll do my best to keep the energy level high, hopefully to, transmit it. My paper today about the impacts of female land inheritance in Ghana is really centered around two core ideas. The first, at the risk of really preaching to the choir, is the idea that structural transformation matters. That individuals moving out of agriculture into other sectors is potentially an important pathway to economic growth. The second is a little bit less preaching to the choir, but it's the idea that cultural institutions matter and shape economic behavior. So in a lot of different contexts, there's evidence that these cultural institutions shape the type of education people get, the types of occupation people start into, how much schooling individuals get, what marriage partners they have, and whether or not to migrate. And a lot of this is, sort of long-run institutions that predate a lot of aspects we think of as associated with structural transformation. And there's evidence that these things do in fact matter and affect economic behavior. And so I think an important point from this is that as we think about cultural institutions that exist in developing countries, it's important to consider the question of whether or not these institutions that existed in one state of the world, how they might mediate or affect the process of development as we have this process of structural transformation. And so this paper examines what's one such interplay, which is the interaction between occupational choice and land inheritance customs in Ghana. And so I'll talk about this more, but the big picture idea to know is that in Ghana, ethnic groups vary in their method of passing on land. Effectively, 52% of individuals belong to an ethnic group that practices patrilineal descent, where land has, for a very long period of time, passed from fathers to sons, and it's very uncommon for women to inherit. A second type of inheritance regime practiced by the other 48% is one of matrilineal descent. And I'll have more to say about this, but to sort of give you a big picture idea, the idea is that there's much more ambiguity in these rules of inclusion and exclusion that allow for more types of people to inherit land. So I'll show in this context that it allows for both male and female inheritance. And so I'm going to study these differences in combination with very detailed microdata and examine how it affects selection into different sectors and the associated returns with the sectors that people sort into as a result of the land they can inherit. And the core insight of this paper is that male and female land inheritance and the underlying institutions are going to produce asymmetric outcomes because men and women have very different outside options relative to managing a farm. So in particular, what I find is that when it's possible for women to inherit, that men respond to this fact by effectively being pushed out of farming and entering into the labor market, where I find that they experience economic benefits. In contrast, when men inherit and land is passing just to men, because women face additional barriers to being in the labor market and working for a wage, they don't similarly respond in the same way. Instead, they're much more likely to be supplying labor to male-owned plots and supplying less labor in total. And so effectively what I find is that this more flexible system that allows for female inheritance seems to be associated with higher permanent income, higher per capita consumption. And this pathway seems to be driven primarily through the channel of improved male labor productivity. And so this happens via two mechanisms. First, I find that cognitive skill is rewarded in wage labor, but not in farming. And so men with varying degrees of skill who are effectively pushed out are better able to capture the returns to their skill. And moreover, I find that human capital investment also is affected by this. Second, I find a level effect. I find that effectively, even at the very lowest levels of wage labor, that's effectively associated with higher earnings than most individuals that are farming. So effectively, this suggests that sort of the pushing out of farming that happens for men in this more flexible inheritance system seems to be pushing them into a higher form of income generated. In contrast, when I look at agricultural productivity, I find that the agricultural productivity is equal across the two inheritance regimes. And I'll talk a bit about this more, but it reflects three offsetting factors. First, I find that even after sort of looking at several aspects and trying to control for other things, that women have lower total factor productivity and more matrilineal women are in farming as a result of having access to land, but that this male-female gap is smaller than matrilineal. So sort of in the system where women can inherit, this male-female gap seems to be attenuated. And so what this suggests is that this male-only inheritance regime that happens in
patrilineal, and that happens in many countries of the world. In addition to, of course, fostering gender inequality and producing inequality in access to an important asset, it also might potentially negatively affect economic productivity and negatively affect the economic productivity of men by keeping them in a sector where they're less productive, despite the fact that the same thing isn't true for women because of the additional barriers they face.
Just a question. So should we think of this as now women inherit everything, or are women part of the sharing? So now the plots are smaller for men because they need a bigger plot. I'm just trying to understand, is this extensive margin or intensive margin
Right.
exclusion?
So I think it seems in practice that the manner through which this is happening is through the extensive margin. And so it's still going to be the case. I'll show you that men are more likely to inherit in matrilineal and the more flexible system than women, but that the gap is meaningfully attenuated. And so it's effectively like, I as a parent can allocate land to a child. And it's whereas previously I had a constraint that only men could be the one to inherit. Now it's more flexible, and so I can be passing land to.
But they're still splitting, so men are still getting something.
So yeah, so it's both the case that men are getting something, but then I guess I should conditional on ownership. But what I see basically is it's like some sons are inheriting, some daughters are inheriting, and it's not that like the average plot size is going down. It's just
What are the men doing when they're pushed out of the land?
So what I observe is that they're entering into the labor market and working for a wage across like a wide variety of sectors. And so the data I have is nationally representative. It's a survey of 10,000 households. And so the sort of like, there isn't, I don't think, like one answer per se, right? It's a lot of people doing a lot of different things. Some of it is them moving to cities. Some of it is working in local, we think of like low skill wages. And, there's kind of things all throughout the country.
You're going to get to this, I imagine. So we should let you do it in the order that you plan to do it.
Are there any other questions before I go forward? I think it's an important question. All right, so how I'm going to proceed and sort of develop and test this hypothesis. First, I'm going to provide in the context of STEG, I think, a very brief basis for these differences in inheritance customs. Then I'm going to show that the anthropological evidence I provide that characterizes these differences actually corresponds to behavior today. And then I'll propose a framework in which parents who care about their children make decisions about basically whether or not to transfer land to them or whether to invest in their schooling. And I would say that key to understanding this sort of economic environment and understanding the implications of my study are really characterizing features of the economic environment, which I think is an important part of what I'm going to do. So in particular, I'm going to estimate farmer total factor productivity to see sort of how these differences are affecting productivity. And I'm also going to estimate the returns to skill in farming and non-farm sectors, which I'll use to think about selection and how these differences are going to affect who sorts into different types of occupations. A thing that I think is important to note about my paper is that these are very long-run institutions, but as I'm arguing, it affects a lot of different incentives and decisions that people make. So it's going to affect, I argue, their schooling, it affects the occupation people are sorting into, it affects productivity. And so in some ways, it's like less of a clean natural experiment than RCT came in and manipulated land inheritance laws in a particular context. And so the way that I'm building my argument is sort of, I'll show you several patterns of effects. And I think it's best explained by the idea that effectively men leaving farming is associated with the gains I observe. But I think it's worthwhile to keep in mind sort of this question of what alternative explanations might plausibly explain my results. And I think two candidate ones where I think what I'm telling you is going to be sort of a better explanation, but it's like worth considering. One is this idea that what I see when I measure female inheritance is just this general idea of women's empowerment, that matrilineal women through some margin are empowered more and this produces economic benefits. But I'll show you that this isn't like a general empowerment. It seems fairly specific to land. And in fact, on other margins, matrilineal women don't seem to be benefiting. And moreover, I'll show you that there seem to be these benefits to men. So I don't think the patterns I'm going to show you are best explained by a narrow story of women's empowerment. I think a second reasonable hypothesis you might have is that maybe this exit from agriculture is associated with the areas where people are going to be based. One of the things I'll do to address that is throughout my study, I'm going to be controlling for district level fixed effects, which is a pretty fine geographic unit. It covers, I think there's 196 districts in Ghana. So maybe that's like a population of 150,000 per district. So I'm really looking at variation that takes place within a given district.
Can I clarify, how's the land market?
That's a great question. So
Rent, sell,
I'll get to that, but the short answer is it's very thin. And so that's like a key pattern as well. I think a key distortion that affects. this behavior. Great, so the data set I'm using is the Ghana Socioeconomic Panel Survey, which is a nationally representative data set that has 3 waves. Critically for me, it has quite detailed information on a lot of economic outcomes. And also to look at the patterns of selection, I also have information on cognition, which I'll measure by way of Raven's matrices, digit span, forward and backwards. I'm going to impose a sample restriction of individuals that are prime age and born in rural districts. So as you think about this, it's people for whom inheritance might plausibly be the case. I'm not taking people that were born in a major city. Great, so I'm going to go very briefly through this. I think there's a lot to say about inheritance, but sort of the big picture I want you to take away is that historically, so both of these institutions of matrilineal and patrilineal inheritance date back to at least the 15th century. It's the case that patrilineal has sort of always been father to son and has been relatively unaffected by more modern institutions like British rule or colonialism or Christianity or Islam. In contrast, matrilineal historically land passed to maternal nephews, but there's this real tension that came in when basically the British came in and really emphasized the importance of the nuclear family. And similarly with Christianity and Islam, there's this emphasis on the nuclear family. And so there's a large literature that's argued that effectively these competing rules have created much more flexibility and vague rules of inclusion and exclusion in the context of matrilineal in Ghana. And so moreover, anthropologists have argued that this flexibility has made it possible for women to gain access to land, because basically it's like, I could pass land to my children now, I could pass land to my nephews, and so if I'm passing land to my children through my female line, I may as well pass to my daughter as well. And so I think, again, I'll show you, there's still lots of male inheritance. In fact, it's still the case that more men are inheriting under matrilineal, but it's a much more flexible system. So to show you some basic facts first, I'll use this regression. I'll look at a given outcome in a given district at a given time. And I'll look at this interaction of first matrilineal, female, and then the interaction of the two. So effectively what I'm looking at is the gap between men and women across the two inheritance methods. And I'll also include time fixed effects and district of birth fixed effects. First, both with respect to whether or not you've inherited or been allocated, which is basically an inter vivos transfer to a relative of land, I observed, again, that women are less likely to receive land across all systems than men, but that this gap is meaningfully attenuated in matrilineal. So both in terms of inheritance and allocation, and then acres inherited and acres allocated, that there's this difference in difference, where basically the male-female gap is much smaller in matrilineal. And then this actually translates to behavior in terms of who's managing the plot. So there's a question in the survey that asks about who's responsible for this plot in terms of making decisions, and this inheritance is really tightly linked with the question of who's actually managing the plot and the acres that an individual is cultivating. So again, you'll see it's still the case that basically under all regimes, men are still more likely to be managing farms, but this gap is much smaller in matrilineal than it is in patrilineal. And this is also tightly linked to labor. So I can also put this in a regression setup, but just to show you sort of big picture. What I'm looking at here in column 1 is the share of family labor on a plot that's female. And you'll see that under both patrilineal male and matrilineal male, it's mostly male labor, and then on female plots, it's mostly female plots. And then on the question of is anyone managing, so effectively, could you be just a passive manager? That's relatively uncommon. And for male plots, over 90% are, at least there's some male labor being supplied, and then similar story for female labor. Any questions before I keep going?
I guess.
Yep.
Let's say that the men and the women were the same, and you had one set, patrilineal descent, then you would expect that the women who are pushed off the land by patrilineal descent would go, if they were the same, would go into labor force and be more productive. So is this basically a story about women when they're not getting land, not getting the productivity benefits?
Exactly. I think that's exactly the right way to think about it. I think this is very much a world of the second best, or in practice, I'll show you maybe third or fourth best. That I think one very sensible policy implication is if you could think of further barriers that make it so women are much less likely to be in the labor force at all levels of education than men. That's an important constraint that I think would benefit from being relaxed, and I think you'd sort of get this symmetry. And so the fact that I'm not seeing that suggests there's some other set of barriers that I don't really have the means to get into, but seems important.
And I guess if the men would have been more productive had they left the land, and also kind of rational.
Right. I think that's another important point is I sort of went through all this exercise to think about like what happens, and at the very end, it just seems like the story is a lot more people should be leaving.
Yeah.
And I think you can rationalize lots of stories, like maybe in terms of like long run insurance, having land is like good, so you don't want to leave it. But I think that's certainly right, that like this question of sort of, so at the very end, why aren't more people leaving, I think is one that naturally follows from.
Can I understand the number better? So share of family labor, it means so 70% is higher labor, if that number is 0.3. The net is higher labor.
Yeah, so that's right. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying like, in a given household, I look at all the family labor that's applied to a plot that's either managed by a patrilineal man, woman, the matrilineal. And so I'm saying that if let's say a patrilineal male is the manager of the farm, that 30% of the labor on that plot is female. And similarly for matrilineal men, 25%. So basically what I'm showing you here is the idea that, you could imagine a story, right, where I inherit the land and I'm the manager, but then I just have, other members of the household manage the land. It actually seems like in practice here that if you're inheriting, you go on to manage, and then moreover, you go on to supply your own labor to that.
And so these include children and relatives.
Say that again?
The family labor are the children and the relatives.
That's right. So yeah, so that's a good question actually. So what I observe in my data set is for labor on a given plot, I see how much labor did you yourself provide, and then how much did other male members and other female members. So effectively, I can only aggregate to like the gender household level, rather than it'd be nice to see like every single member of the household. That's not easy.
All these or hours?
These are days.
Days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. So then, again, going to the story of in general, maybe is it just a story of women are more empowered under matrilineal? I find with respect to years of education that the pattern actually goes in the opposite way. So again, you'll see that overall in the sample, that matrilineal or that women are less educated than men, are receiving less schooling. That matrilineal, so effectively, you can think of this matrilineal tribe here as capturing the matrilineal male impact, that they're receiving a lot more schooling, but that this matrilineal receiving more schooling is not true to the same extent for women. So effectively, it's women are receiving land to a greater extent, but then men are differentially receiving investment in schooling. And this is, I think, sort of, I'll work to unpack and argue that this is actually the mechanism, but I want to show you that in terms of overall total household consumption in log terms, if I just control for geographic fixed effects, time fixed effects, and look at log consumption, there's a large coefficient associated with matrilineal. I think schooling is an important mechanism, so I think the right coefficient is not to control away for it, but to show you that yes, matrilineal households appear to have more schooling, and I think again it's a substitution between land and schooling. But even beyond that effect, it seems there's sort of additional variation or differences between the two groups that I can't explain just by schooling, which to me suggests potentially a pattern and and a hypothesis worth exploring of the idea that maybe the labor is more efficiently being sorted in this among matrilineal individuals. And so I think I've been hitting at this a lot, but the sort of de facto framework I have in mind is one where parents have a goal of ensuring their children's future consumption, and they can facilitate this through either transferring land to their children or through investing in their human capital. And I'll argue that parents are effectively aware of these differences in the skill intensity of sectors, that effectively working for a wage is more human capital or cognitive skill intensity, and the fact that women face further barriers, so that you can't, if you invest in a woman's education, they're not going to have the same benefits with respect to the labor market. And then critically, matrilineal is going to relax this constraint that only men can have. And so as I've mentioned, and I think this is getting to some people's points that have been raised earlier, I think really critical to understanding, sort of all that's at play is this idea that we're very much in the world of the second or third or fourth best. And so there's a lot of other relevant features of the economic environment that matter. So first, I find that women are much less likely to be working for a wage than men, and moreover that this is not just a human capital story. When I look at all levels of schooling, women are much less likely to be in the labor market than men. Also, it's the case, so this is, I think, your question, Rachel, that land markets are very thin. So I find that in my full sample of all plots, that just 4% of plots are purchased, and 4% of households are earning income from either renting out or sharecropping out land. Not only is it the case that land markets are thin, but it seems to be the case, so Chris Udry has talked a lot about this in West Africa, there's this concern about effectively, if you leave land vacant, you run the risk of appropriation, right? So if I go and work in the city, land that I, currently right now have access to is plausibly going to be passed on to my brother or my cousin or someone else. And so I see within that, it's very infrequent to see any sort of dissociation between inheriting and managing land and supplying labor to it. So there's only 4% of cases I see in my data where the inheritor of the land, in cases, when I'm looking at land that is inherited, is not the managing. So effectively, an ideal scenario might be if I had better options, locally in the labor market, I just have my wife manage the land, and this data would seem to suggest that that's something that's not feasible. It runs the risk of appropriation if I do that. And then these third and fourth objects are going to shape the nature of selection, and they're things I'm going to spend some time basically documenting and demonstrating. First, let me get through this and then First is that cognitive skill appears to be rewarded in the labor market, but not in farming, which, as you can imagine, is going to shape the nature of selection into occupations. And then that women seem to face this penalty with respect to total factor productivity. I'll decompose sort of what's going on there.
So I can see why the risk of tenure insecurity will make it that people don't want to rent their land, but why is it that they cannot sell it?
Right, so the idea is that the way that ownership works is, so I think the right sort of characterization. So there's this idea that the farmland is mine to manage, but the land itself belongs to my lineage, right? So there's this idea that I have the right to use this land and it passes from my relative. It's mine to use, but ultimately, under these traditional institutions, there's this idea that the land isn't actually mine to sell.
So you will disappoint your parents if you sell it.
Right, or even legally, the chief will not let you because it's not yours to sell in that sense.
But you could sell it to your brother.
I mean, I suppose you could imagine, right, some informal arrangement where it's my brother would be the next person in line, and so I'm going to say I'll just pass it to you, and maybe you could pay me something in exchange, but you can imagine there's issues with commitment and enforcement. The idea of even selling within the family is, I mean, it's not something that appears in the data, and I think a lot of Chris's work would suggest that that's not even really feasible.
It's cultural, not regulation.
Yes.
So
So it's a bit of both. So there's two legal structures that exist in Ghana. There's sort of the local district authorities, and then there's a parallel system that's the chiefs. So the chiefs and the kings who are managing the institutions. And it's actually written into the constitution that certain matters are under the purview of the chiefs. And so, right, the types of literally there's certain laws that say this doesn't apply to skin or stool land, which means land that belongs to lineage. And so I think it's by the laws governed by the chief, whether or not you can sell.
Can you tell us anything about fertility or marriage markets in this context? Should we be worried that women's plots are less productive because they're taking care of children, creating value that we have a harder time measuring?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things to say. So I think there's the marriage market question, which I think is beyond the scope of what I can tell you, and I think is an interesting other thing to study. I'll show you later on when we look at total factor productivity that women seem to be experiencing they have lower TFP, as however I can observe it. I think it's very plausible that what you're telling us is a plausible story, that effectively their labor is less efficient because they're also responsible for attending to children at the same time.
what do you mean by cognitive skill?
So what I mean by that is I'll look at measures of performance basically on Raven's matrices, digit spans, and use that to build a measure of cognition. And I'll look at sort of, once I adjust for selection, does having higher cognition improve your total factor productivity? Does it improve your wages? And the idea here is that a lot of the sample are individuals that have no education, because I'm going back, to people that are as old as 54. And so it's a way of observing additional variation, probably some of which is explained by schooling, some of which is probably not. Great, so in terms of thinking about the implications of all of this, I would say that in terms of the probability of working in the labor market, it's going to be, because skill is only rewarded, cognitive skill is only rewarded in the labor market, it's going to be probability of participating in the labor market is increasing in skill for all individuals, but it's going to be more common among men because of these additional barriers. And then because women are inheriting under matrilineal, men in particular are going to be more likely to earn a wage. The effect I showed you with schooling, I think also follows that because more men are in the labor market where cognitive skills are awarded, there's an incentive to invest more in your son's education. And there's going to be this additional male times matrilineal effect where basically, because they're more likely in the labor market anyway, you want to invest more in their student. And then moreover, I think this is consistent with the idea that because there's a lack of returns to cognitive skill in farming, but there is in the labor market, individuals who are inheriting are going to be negatively selected on cognitive skill. And I think where in the distribution the female times matrilineal effect is going to occur is somewhat ambiguous. And so I think this greater flexibility, because effectively, the key difference is the constraint is relaxed. You'd expect the net income or the, as I measure it by the per capita consumption is going to be higher under matrilineal. But it's also going to depend on the relative returns to different sectors, both in terms of sort of the slope based on your skill, as well as the level effects and differences in something like that. All right, so the way that I estimate, basically, I'm now going to turn to estimating farmer total factor productivity with this goal of seeing how is skill rewarded and how is that going to affect selection across these different groups. In the interest of time, I'm just going to sort of go through this quickly, but the idea is that the inputs I'm using to measure TFP are going to be the acreage cultivated, the labor supplied, and the agricultural inputs. And effectively inputs like seeds, fertilizer, chemicals are going to be in Levinson Petringarten, my raw materials that I'm going to use to invert the production function. And so I'm going to do that and recover these estimates of labor or factor shares and then use it to estimate TFP. And I also find that while I use these IO tools to sort of get some estimates that sort of regardless of the method used, I'm going to get very similar estimates of whether or not a farm is productive. Doug, you seem a bit skeptical, right?
No problem.
Right, good.
Labor shares look.
That's right. Great, so with this object in hand, so I have TFP of individuals. What I'm now going to do is try to estimate the returns to skill across sectors, but incorporating the fact that individuals are going to endogenously select into sectors, right? So a lot of the literature that tries to look at the return is ignoring this fact that there's endogenous selection. And so here I'm going to use the particular aspect of my data that matrilineal men are more likely to be in the labor market in a first stage multinomial logit, which will then let me calculate an inverse Mills ratio, which I can then incorporate as determine a second stage measure of the return to cognitive skill across sectors. And so again, the reason I'm doing this is with the idea that basically I'm going to see how different skill is rewarded in different sectors, and thus how we think selection might happen and how it might differ across the different domains. And so in the first stage, I'll show you that. So this is all relative to a base of being a farm manager, that for men, there's this matrilineal effect of where they're more likely to be working for a wage. And I also find that individuals who are employed in wage labor are going to be positively selected with respect to education and competition. Is that good? Okay. And so then I'll finally use this to estimate the returns to skill as measured by education and my measure of cognition, so performance on these cognitive tests in my survey, incorporating in this endogenous selection with the inverse Mills ratio. And so what I find here, this is just looking at men for now, I find a very steep gradient where skill is very highly rewarded in the labor market, both as measured by education and by cognition. But in contrast, I find a completely flat relationship between TFP using the measure I recovered and either of these measures of skill. And if you're unhappy with that measure, I can also do log profits per acre or profits per acre in level terms, and I find a similar effect. You'll see my observations change because I'm looking at log profits, there's going to be lots of negatives, but a similar pattern. And then I can do the same thing where I similarly estimate the selection into different sectors for women. Again, explaining the fact that they're more likely to be managing a farm relative to doing nothing, and I find basically the same pattern, that skill seems to be very highly rewarded in the labor market, and a completely flat relationship in farming. So given that, what I observe is that it does indeed seem the case that parents are passing land on to individuals and making decisions on the basis of basically if skills are awarded in one sector but not in the other, that you want to have your land passed on to the individuals that don't have their comparative advantage in that sector. And so you'll see what I've done here is I've taken my measure of cognition, which again is on the basis of when the surveyors came having them do these tests that are measures of fluid intelligence. And so on the x-axis, I have this measure, and then I'm non-parametrically plotting the probability that you inherited land across the 4 groups on the basis of this. And so what you can see is that across the 3 groups for which there is sort of a non-trivial probability of inheritance, that inheriting land is very negatively selected on cognitive skill, and that there's this shift that effectively takes place here, where at the very high end, if you're matrilineal or patrilineal demand, you're unlikely to be inheriting, but then sort of throughout the lower end and medium end of the skill distribution, that effectively land that counterfactually would have gone to a patrilineal man is instead, or if you're matrilineal, some of it is going on to women as well. And then I find sort of the inverse pattern as you would expect with respect to selection in the sector in the labor market. So again, this is showing you that, again, so sort of at any given level, so men or women are less likely to be in the labor market than men. And then sort of beyond that, there's this massive matrilineal individuals that counterfactually are being pushed from being, inheriting a farm and working in agriculture to being in the labor market. And so effectively there's sort of this push that's sort of in the lower and middle end of the skill distribution. And so effectively you can think of this as sort of these patterns as basically saying that at the very high ends of the skill distribution, it seems like these patterns of inheritance don't have as much bite, but sort of to the left and middle of the distribution, they still seem to be shaping behavior today.
So if you guys go back, why would the